Good evening, everybody. Could you find your seats so that we could get started?
That's what I totally agree with that.
Okay, we've just passed a quorum, which is great. I got to say, where did everybody go? But thank you all for showing up so that we can finish the business of the town tonight. We just had a last-minute amendment that we had to work through. So, with a quorum present, I hereby reconvene the 2025 Marblehead Annual Town Meeting. Let's review some details before the meeting. The presentation lectern down front here is for presentations and replies from town officials. The microphones in each aisle are for deliberation after a presentation. All comments and questions during the meeting are to be made through the moderator. Please state your name and address when you're recognized. If you have an amendment to a main motion during the meeting, I may request it to be in writing, and you can come down here and we can fill it out. I'll do my best not to have a clock on presentations and deliberations, but there may be motions which I will adhere to a strict 2-minute limit on speakers after a presentation is made. If you plan to speak, please be prepared, as a great deal of information can be shared in the allotted time. Tonight, I look forward to run an efficient meeting. To that end, I want to walk through a few things. And this is based upon the feedback that I've heard over the past couple of days. You'll hear main motions for indefinite postponement tonight. That decision of indefinite postponement comes from the sponsor of the original article in the warrant, which is different from the amendments for indefinite postponement that you heard last night, which were subsidiary motions heard before a main motion. So that means the sponsor has put it out there, and they're all in favor of indefinite postponement. Mr. Michaud asked for better acoustics last night, and I hope I'm doing okay. We've done everything we can in the space, and I ask that each person speaking speaks clearly and smartly into the microphones. The assembly deserves order, and I will not tolerate catcalling or disruptions to the meeting. According to our bylaws, every voter speaking upon a subject shall confine their remarks to the question before the meeting, avoid personalities, and be seated when they are finished. I may not always allow a call the question, should I deem that the motion would restrict informed consideration of the meeting or comes before an appropriate discussion has taken place. This is a widely used town meeting practice. On the other end, we will likely get to the point where I need to remind everyone of an old Marblehead town meeting saying, it appears that everything has been said, but not everybody has had a chance to say it. I will do my best to balance the conveyance of information with our budget of time. Electronic voting. When I call for a vote, there'll be an allotment of time to vote. We are going to try 2 test votes to adjust the time needed for each vote. And the first test vote will be 3 minutes, and I'm assuming we're going to be able to bring it down to 2 minutes once we test it with the second question. If you hit the wrong button or change your mind, you must do so within that time. Please hold your clickers up within reason when voting. A final tally will be shown on the screen, and that tally will be available in the minutes after the meeting. I will also read the vote aloud. Here we go with night 3, Article 2. Never thought I'd say that. Article 2, reports of town officers and committees. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. One thing that I started a couple of years ago is that I think it's important for, excuse me, oh, test, thank you, sorry. Here we go. Yes, don't hit your clicker until I say voting starts now. So, first question from last night, will the Celtics win Game 2 tonight against New York? If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 3-minute voting starts now.
Jack, oh, sorry, that was loud. Do you mind if we start with the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much.
We usually do it at the beginning of the meeting, which started last night, but yes, we can do that. Yeah, I think we're going to be able to tighten up the time quite a bit. So last year, we were down to 20 seconds a vote. I'm probably going to keep it open for 30 seconds. Can we close the vote and we'll go to question 2? Okay, question 2. Question 2. Will we get through the meeting tonight? If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Close it. All right. Good. This is great. Okay. Now, Article 2, Reports of Town Officers and Committees. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Second. Oh, I'm sorry. Pledge of Allegiance. Moses Grader, could you come up and help us with Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Okay.
Right up over here.
Right over there. It's the American flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, under God. For all. Whoops.
Oh, Marine. Thank you, Moses. That's okay. Okay, so what I was saying is a couple of years ago I started the tradition of asking for updates from departments that have any outstanding capital outlays so that we can be kept abreast of anything that's an outstanding capital outlay. Last night we talked quite a bit about the school roof, but I would like to ask Mike Pifferling to come up and give us just a brief update on the roof and what's going to happen from here on out. Thank you, Mike.
I will be very succinct.
Thank you.
Good evening. So I think I'm talking about the $5.36 million that was approved a couple of years ago at town meeting, and where we stand with that. The $5.36 million is part of the $14 million that we need to do. Add that with the $8.6 for the HVAC, you get to the $14 million. As I mentioned last night, once we get through the ballot for the HVAC, we will do designs for the roof project, go out to estimation, go out to bid, and we expect to start construction next June right after high school commencement and be done by next October.
Thank you. Helene Hazlett, Chair of the Board of Health, to talk about the transfer station. Helene is not running for re-election and has given decades of service to our town, so I'd like to give her a round of applause, please.
Everybody be seated. Helene Hazlett, 12 Clifton Avenue, with a little cold. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and the members of tonight's town meeting. I really appreciate that. It's very important to me that I've served this community, and I've loved doing it. It's been my honor to have served 28 years on the Board of Health, and prior to that, 9 years on the school committee. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the former board members with whom I served: Carl Goodman, David Becker, Todd Belfbecker, Michelle Gottlieb, and Joanne Miller. I learned much from them as we worked collaboratively as a team to maintain and improve the health of our community. I owe much appreciation to the Health Department's former director, Wayne Attridge, and our current director, Andrew Petty, for their guidance and all the day-to-day work while managing a dedicated staff. I look to my current fellow board members, Dr. Tom Mazzaro and Tom McMahon, and give my best wishes as they continue their commitment to our mission for all Marbleheaders. And again, Town of Marblehead, thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to serve you. Now on to the article of the transfer station project. I want to give you an update on construction and upgrades to the transfer station. During the last year, we have been able to complete the replacement of the 12-yard heavy-duty compactor, which included a new trash chute or hopper, as well as the new tipping floor and ladder and access to the compactor and loading dock. We have installed the new transaction hut in the residential area and the control hut for the compactor. The decision to use prefabricated units came after we completed a value engineering review, which gave us savings of at least $100,000. Just a few weeks ago, we switched over to the new traffic flow, with residents and other permit holders entering from the Green Street entrance and exiting on Woodfin Terrace to Beacon Street. License plate readers cameras are going to be installed and should be completed by the beginning of June. This will allow employees to verify that vehicles entering the facility have a current facility permit. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26, we are focused on building a new scale house and completing the site work, which includes moving the scale to its permanent location and in front of the compactor. Thank you, everybody. I like the help. In the lower areas, but, you didn't like the job she did? Oh, sorry. Okay. Let's see where we are. As long as the funding permits, we would like to complete the restoration of the compactor building, which includes new siding and roof, as well as adding a garage door to the front of it. This would also include repainting the interior metal structure. Looking past fiscal year 26, we will continue to evaluate the costs and construction of a new swap shop, as we know this is very important and needed. We will continue to discuss the construction and process at our Board of Health meetings, making sure that the public is informed every step of the way. In closing, I would like to thank you for your continued support and partnership as the Board of Health builds for the future. Thank you very much for the time and for all your help.
Thank you, Helene, very much. From a grateful town. I'd like to invite Amy McHugh and Thatcher Keyser up to talk about the 2022 capital outlay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Evening, folks. Pleasure to be here. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator. I am going to brief on 2 roofs and some windows. We have roof project that was approved for the Mary Alley building. We had some conversation about that tied into the HVAC proposal. $480,000 of that has been allocated. The community center roof, $800,000 allocated. And what we're doing is working through our building commissioner. We're joining them together as a single project, 2 roofs for the architect design, procurement, and bidding them out. So we'll do those together to save money on the process. We are going to be approving a contract, the select board approving a contract, I think, at their next meeting for the architect work. That'll take 4 to 6 weeks to finish that, and then we'll be able to put the projects out to bid. The windows, Franklin Street Fire Station improvements. There was a previous authorization to do work on the fire station. There is a warrant article that's going to be indefinitely postponed because we have been able to get a legal determination that under the authority of the act of town meeting previously, we are authorized to include windows as part of the Franklin Street Fire Station improvements. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Thatcher. Amy?
I need pictures.
That's okay.
Amy McHugh, DPW Director. I've been asked to present an update on the projects included in Article 11 presented at Town Meeting 2022 that required bonding and were assigned to the DPW. I will start with capital improvement projects to the buildings located on Tower Way. The municipal offices and garage roof rehabilitation project has been completed. The salt shed is slated for design and procurement and installation in FY26. This project was moved from FY24 to FY26 due to the installation of the new fueling station, which is in close proximity to the salt shed. The largest project contained in Article 11 was road and sidewalk improvements. If you recall, town meeting approved an infrastructure budget that would maintain our roadway network rating and provide additional funding to gradually and deliberately improve sidewalks, approximately $2.5 million annually. The DPW has worked diligently to create a 5-year capital improvement plan for this article. With the tools and workflows developed over the last 2 years, the DPW will be able to provide the town with updates on the ongoing improvement cycle and present to town meeting future 5-year capital plans that maintain the overall roadway conditions and steadily make sidewalks and traffic improvements. The first tool was the creation of a pavement management plan. Many factors must go into a pavement management plan. As we all know, Marblehead is an old town, and so too are the utilities that service the town. Some gas, water, sewer, electricity, and stormwater grids were installed in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and many areas require upgrades to these utilities. Therefore, utility coordination is key to a successful plan. The DPW has worked with various utilities with the goal of scheduling upgrades to those utilities prior to a final paving project. Data collection, the condition of public roadways. Completed to date, pavement assessment, sidewalk assessment, including an ADA transition plan, collection of tree data. Integration, development of a bike plan, traffic and intersection improvement proposals, work of Complete Streets Committee, the Traffic Safety Advisory Committee, the MBTA, and the collection of thoughts and comments from you, the residents, resulting in a pavement management plan, which is a living document and is expected to change as conditions and use of the public ways change. The DPW has created a holistic 5-year capital improvement plan. This plan for FY23 to FY27 includes the completion upgrades to utilities prior to paving curb to curb, sidewalk upgrades when paving curb to curb, progress on ADA transition plan by including sidewalk upgrades each year in an area outside of the road surfacing project locations. Also included is a coordination with the Finance Department to achieve the most cost-effective way to utilize Article 11 funding. So, to the review of the first 5-year capital plan, along with the accounting of the $12.495 million provided by the override vote in June 2022. Year 1, FY23 included planning and strategy development for the current and future 5-year work cycle, creation of the pavement management plan, and paving of Countryside Lane, Leo, Thompson, Ida Road, Elizabeth, Richard, and Broughton Road, sections of Tedesco and Humphrey Street. Year 2, FY24, the first 5-year capital improvement plan was developed. Paving of Elm Place, Story Terrace, Watson Street, Rockaway Street, Wyman Road, Beacon Street, and a section of Ocean Ave. A paving and sidewalk improvements, 88 transition ramps at Commercial, Elm, and State Street. And for additional sidewalk improvements, a new sidewalk was installed on Lafayette Street, from Salem Line to Maple Street. ADA ramps on Village Street were also included. Capital Improvement Plan Year 1 and 2, total spent to date, $2,081,217.29. Roads chosen for Year 1 and 2 had poor road ratings and no utility upgrades planned. This map also provides a visual of the utility work that has been completed or is underway in FY23 through FY25 to support the pavement management and the capital improvement plans, along with the maintenance work completed with Chapter 90 fund designed to increase the life cycle of roads that have higher road ratings. Work chosen for paving in Year 3 had a low pavement assessment, and utilities had completed upgrades by Year 2. Each year beyond the current year is made up of proposed roads. Each road must have a poor road rating. That is a road that requires rehabilitation, not maintenance work. Utility upgrades completed must be completed. Capital Year 5, these roads currently in FY25 have utility upgrades in progress, sidewalks under review, and design is pending. DPW has been able to confirm that $2.5 million a year will continue to maintain the overall road rating and make steady progress on sidewalk improvements. Since Year 1 and 2 had an emphasis on planning, design, and creation of the process, costs for those years were below the anticipated $2.5 million. This results in funding availability for the first year of the next 5-year capital plan. I'm happy to say that Marblehead now has the tools in place to report on and continue to provide fiscally responsible plans for future work.
Thank you, Amy. And Thatcher, great presentation. Other committee reports, Robert Peck, Retirement Board, please. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Robert Peck, 22 Tidewinds Terrace, Chairman of the Retirement Board. Every year, it's our responsibility to come before town meeting to inform the town of the date, time, and location when we will hold a cost of living adjustment hearing for our retirees. We do it every year. This year, it will be on June 12, 2025, at 4 o'clock at the Mary Alley Building Lower Conference Room. I'll be one of the quickest speakers you're going to hear tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. The next committee report is from Amy Drinker, the chair of the Charter Committee. Welcome, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Amy Drinker, 30 Gregory Street, Chair of the Marblehead Charter Town Committee. I'm here to provide a very brief update on the Charter Committee's activities. The Charter Committee was convened a year ago by the Select Board. Committee members are volunteer town residents who share a common goal. We care about our town, and we're working together to present a charter proposal to Marblehead voters for their approval. The committee is supported by town staff, the Select Board, and the Collins Center for Public Management at UMass Boston. Currently, Marblehead does not have a charter. The purpose of a charter is to clearly define town government structure, organization, and essential functions. For instance, the committee's draft language includes that Marblehead's legislative powers should remain as they are, exercised by Marblehead voters at open town meeting. A charter describes key governance principles beyond bylaws and regulations. It creates a primary, clear source of information to improve transparency and community understanding about how Marblehead operates. A charter does not resolve financial challenges impacting department budgets, town staffing needs, or services. A charter does not dictate everyday operational tasks for town employees, boards, and committees. Since June 2024, the Charter Committee has met in open session 21 times. It has gathered input from department heads, town officials, boards, and residents. Since January, the committee has been reviewing Draft A language written by committee member Sean Casey with draft assistance from committee members Victor Wild and Jim Zisson. The draft includes annotations and footnotes which greatly inform both the Charter Committee and the public. The draft is posted online as a public document. At the end of this month, the committee will host 3 public forums to gather input from Marblehead residents. Over the next 10 months, the committee will continue to meet with town committees, officials, staff, and the public to further refine charter language. The charter will also be reviewed by the Collins Center and Town Council. The final draft will be submitted to the Select Board in March of next year for consideration and presentation to town meeting in May 2026. If approved at that town meeting, the charter will be submitted for review and approval by the Commonwealth's legislature to be signed by the governor. The charter will then come back to Marblehead for town-wide vote of approval. Only if approved by Marblehead voters will the charter become law. Public outreach is a crucial component of developing Marblehead's charter. At the end of this month, the Charter Committee will hold 3 forums in different venues to gather feedback. The first forum will be a hybrid evening meeting held at Abbott Hall. It will begin with a comprehensive charter overview, followed by public comment. The second forum will be in person at lunchtime at the Jacoby Community Center, sponsored by the Council on Aging. The third forum will be a morning online webinar. This fall, there will be additional forums and ad hoc presentations as the Charter Committee continues to review draft language. Any document the Charter Committee reviews, including draft charter language, is posted on the committee's webpage. Please note that the town website domain has changed to marbleheadma.gov, but marblehead.org still works. All Charter Committee meetings are posted with an agenda and are open to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Excellent work from the Charter Committee. So now we're going to get going. Molly Teets is going to end end Article 2. The Finance Committee makes recommendations to town meeting. They work hard all year. They've been helping to propagate our new financial software, which is ClearGov, which has helped our town and our financial departments in amazing ways, really to support the $120 million business that we run here. So Molly's going to give a report, and then we start rolling into the other articles. Molly Teets, co-chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Molly Teets, 388 Ocean, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. Our chair, Alec Goolsby, had planned to present to you, but unfortunately he is not able to be here now due to a prior unavoidable commitment. So my fellow FinCom members and I will do our best to fill his shoes. I did want to take this opportunity to recognize Alec's contribution to this town. I am continually impressed with the amount of time and skill he volunteers not just during budget season, but all year round. I know that all my fellow FinCom members would agree with me when I say that we are lucky to have his leadership. So I will be speaking on Article 2 tonight to introduce you to our Finance Committee, to discuss some of the work and processes we have advised on over the past year, to provide an update on the town's reserve fund we administer, and to remind everyone of our role at town meeting. We currently have a full roster of 9 members, all of whom have been on the committee for multiple years at this point. Our chair, Alec Goolsby, is supported by vice chairs, Pat Franklin and me, as well as FinCom members, Lindsay Doobie, Michael Janko, Eric Knight, Mike O'Neill, Tara Samuels, and Tim Schottmeyer. Our Finance Committee advises the town and town meeting on financial matters. Our main responsibilities include the review and recommendation of the balanced budget included in Article 22. This long and detailed process represents 80 to 90% of our time spent and included the following steps this year: establishing the budget calendar, which was finalized last August, reviewing and advising on all draft department level budgets submitted to us through a series of public liaison meetings between November and March, voting on each individual budget during those department level public hearings in March and April, voting on a recommendation on the town-wide balanced budget at the April warrant hearing, and finally, presenting the balanced budget at town meeting. More to come on budget details when we get to Article 22. In addition to our budget responsibilities, we also make a recommendation on all other warrant articles with financial implications. These recommendations were voted by our committee at the warrant hearing last month. We make no recommendations on articles without financial implications. All of our recommendations are included in the Finance Committee report, generally with comments where applicable. We encourage you to follow along in your FinCom books tonight and consider our recommendations as you vote. In addition to these annual recurring responsibilities, we also supported town leadership in a detailed 3-year operating budget forecast during the late summer and into the fall. This forecasting exercise was presented to the Select Board and the Finance Committee in separate public meetings in early December. This preliminary forecast revealed increasing deficits over the 3 years, which were reviewed in depth. More to come on this exercise later on tonight as well. Lastly, we administer the town operating budget reserve fund. For the fiscal year 25 budget, this reserve account was funded at $144,000. As of tonight, we have approved one request this year totaling $45,000, which leaves a balance of $99,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year ending June 30th. For the fiscal year 26 budget, the town has allocated $444,000 to this reserve account, which will provide more flexibility throughout the year for unforeseen expenses across all departments. By increasing this reserve, the town is also being more transparent, as this account requires both Select Board and Finance Committee approval in public meetings before being drawn upon. We make our recommendation to town meeting based on our independent review of financial information presented to us. While we hope that our insight is a benefit to town meeting, and while we further believe that our recommendations are both thoughtful and thorough, it is ultimately up to town meeting to review what proponents of the articles have presented, to weigh the arguments for and against each article, and to vote the most beneficial course of action for our town. There are many articles to review this year. Members of our committee will speak to some of these articles where we deem necessary. We appreciate the opportunity to serve the town and look forward to an engaging and productive town meeting. Thank you.
Molly, thank you very much. This meeting relies upon the work of the Finance Committee and their recommendations, so thank you for your work. Article 2, if you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, hold on one sec. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gretchen. If you favor Article 2, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Oh, awesome. Okay, Article 2 passes of a vote of 407 to 21. Article 3, consent articles. The article is moved. Do I have a second? This is the way I'm going to handle the consent articles. I'm going to read through the subtitles and ask for holds. If you would like to hold any for further discussion, please yell hold. A note is that there is no trust property or leases of town property this year. Do you start with B? A is assume liability. B is accept trust property. C is lease town property. D is contracts in excess of 3 years. E is financial assistance for conservation. We'll go to the vote. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 3 passes of a vote of 402 to 22. Article 4 is unpaid accounts. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. This is going to be a 4/5 vote, and I'd like to ask Alicia Benjamin, our finance director, to tell us about unpaid accounts.
Good evening, town meeting. Article 4, unpaid bills, is required by Mass General Law since the money was from the prior year and we're asking for current year funds to pay the bills. On the screen, you can't see it, is sewer has 2 bills, $279. Water Department has 2 bills for $2,268. Select Board has 1 bill for $7,300. And Finance, we have 7 bills for $18,821.72 for a total of $28,668.72. Good news for you is we're going to implement a new financial system for fiscal year 26 where everything will be encumbered, so these should essentially be eliminated.
Thank you, Alicia. Seeing no one's getting up. Article 4 will go to a vote. If you favor Article 4, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Okay. Article 4 passes of a vote of 403 to 25. Article 5, Departmental Revolving Funds. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Alicia Benjamin, Finance Director.
Good evening. Article 5, Departmental Revolving Funds under Mass General Law, Chapter 44, 53E1/2 have to be voted each year for their cap. This is not taxpayer dollars. This is all funded by revolving fund fees for their activities of each fund. The good news is the law has been updated that unless they increase it, I don't have to keep bringing these up every year. So unless they're going up, you won't see as many in the future.
Thank you, Alicia. We're going to go to a vote on Article 5. If you favor Article 5, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 5 is a vote, and the motion passes 408 to 21. Article 6, purchase of equipment of several departments. This article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser.
Yes, thank you. So the next three articles deal with capital purchases. The first one will be equipment. The next article is leases, and the third is building improvements. The list of items for this year in the Finance Committee report, they total $1 million of free cash to cover all of these purchases, plus in addition, $29,917 from the Waste Revolving Fund to purchase a backhoe for the Health Waste Department. I just want to briefly describe a bit about the process that we go through to determine the list. As anyone could guess, the needs for capital far exceed the funds that are available. So we do a process with the department heads as far as the needs. We break the categories of the equipment and vehicles and such down to tiers 1, 2, and 3, basically the dollar value of the capital needs, small being those under 100,000, medium 100,000 to $1 million, and category 3, large items being $1 million or more. And as you may or may not be aware, the Select Board has reconstituted the Capital Planning Committee that is tasked with reviewing any of the capital projects that are $1 million or more. So that has been stood up and reviewed the school project and the Mary Alley project that were presented last night. Additionally, as we gather the list of items, we prioritize them. High priority items would be those that are critical, dealing with risk to health, safety, and environment, and regulatory or mandated requirements. Medium priority would be some degree of need based on the asset condition. In other words, if it's a vehicle, if the wheels are falling off, it probably needs to be replaced, so it's based on the condition. Sustainability efforts and the availability of funds. And low priority are just minimal needs that can be deferred. And so we try to hit all the high priorities and as many of the medium priorities as we can. So again, the list of items are part of the FinCom report.
Thank you. Did you just speak to the next couple articles as well?
I gave a general overview of how we do the process.
Let's work through this one. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the equipment one.
Article 6, purchase of equipment of several departments. We'll go to the vote. Excuse me? You could come up to the microphone. The holding is only for the consent articles.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Folks, once the main speaker, if you think you're going to speak on an article tonight, even as the speaker is talking or the presenter is talking, you can step right up to the microphones and then I'll see you.
Okay.
Or you can yell and I'll tell you to come up to the microphone. So name and address, please.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. Waste Department, $70,000, and Public Buildings, $70,000 for a 4-door crew cab pickup truck that we've never had before. And I'm just curious, I thought we were going green, and I see a lot of these trucks. We already have a bunch of these trucks in Marblehead, and there's one person driving around in them 90% of the time. I'm just curious why the state's buying Ford Mavericks, four-door crew cabs that are about $35,000, and we're buying 2 trucks for $140,000. And these trucks were never, they had trucks in the past, but they were given from other departments, and now they seem to be adding to the fleet. My main concern is I was heading back to Marblehead tonight, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw 2 vehicles from Marblehead with blue plates heading out of town at 3 o'clock in the afternoon with no decals on them. And I'm just getting concerned that we're supplying these vehicles for department heads going out of town, and I don't like paying for the gas and buying $70,000 electric, the electric light. We have all these vehicles with no decals on them, several departments in Marblehead. I could give you a list of them, but I don't want to tie this up. But we need to have a policy on these vehicles. They're for town use, and they should not be used for personal use unless the department head lives in Marblehead. They shouldn't be going out of town for personal use, and they're running their families around in them on the weekends. I've seen it. So I just don't know why we're buying these 75. Like I said, I thought we were going green. Are these electric trucks we're buying or gasoline, please?
These are both, go ahead.
These are both electric vehicles, that's why they're at $70,000.
Okay.
One's a replacement that's currently there, one's for our new building commissioner.
Okay, because we bought a new truck for him. We used to get a gas allowance. I really don't understand. The Board of Health got a new car last year on top of it. They added another vehicle, a Ford Escape, with no decals on it. And I see that out of town all the time. I just like, if they're using it for town business, I don't mind. But it seems like a lot of the town vehicles that have been replaced in the last few years, Park and Rec, Board of Health, the pickup truck that they currently have that you're replacing doesn't have any decals. I'm paying for that, and I want decals on them like the other cities and towns do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on Article 6. If you favor Article 6, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Thank you for holding them up. Article 6 is a vote, and the motion passes 349 to 84. Article 7, lease purchase. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. This is a 2/3 vote.
I have a
Keyser,
question.
Town Administrator.
I'll just quickly mention that on this list, there'll be vehicles on here that are first-year lease purchase, and other vehicles are on here that are in successive years of their lease payments, still need to go through the authorization process. Generally, these are a bit larger, more expensive vehicles where we try to match the payment cycle with the life cycle of the equipment, while also trying to make sure we manage our fleets to have more funds to manage the various pieces of equipment we need to maintain through our fleet management program.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. Mr. Jordan, name and address, please.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I discussed this with the police chief prior. I'm just curious why Marblehead, most of the towns are painting their police cars black and white. You can see the visibility of them. They're all black in Marblehead. I see them parked with their lights off, difficult to see. I thought they're there for the visibility of the public, and so the public can see them when they're parked, maybe go ask a question or something. It looks like the Gestapo or a hearse at a funeral home. So I'm just curious why Salem's recently gone to black and white. Danvers has black and white. They're much more visible. Swampscott has dark blue. I don't mind dark blue and white, but I'd like to have them two-tone, and I'd like to see the marked vehicles a little more friendly environment. They're all dressed in black with dark sunglasses. It's not a friendly welcome to Marblehead. It looks like the Gestapo's behind you. So can we get them painted black and white? That's what my question is.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. And Mr. Jordan, you started out the right way with that you spoke to the police chief about it, because it's important to reach out to our leaders if you need to. Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
I spoke to him, but he doesn't seem to be interested, so I'm wondering if we could incorporate, how do the
Thank you,
taxpayers
Mr. Jordan.
feel? Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, Article 7. Again, we have another speaker, sorry. Yes, sir.
Hi, Steve Silva, 19 Kenneth Road. I just am curious, how are we going to capture some of the things that Mr. Jordan just said and actually implement them?
So town meeting could give advice in something like this.
So it'll be documented? at
Advice
least?
given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question. Who do I speak to about getting this accomplished? I tried the department head and he's not interested. I think it sounds like the taxpayers are interested. When I walk on the street, I've talked about this, and a lot of people are happy that I'm saying something. I'm not the only one that feels this way. So I'm going to go to the selectmen's meeting next week, and maybe they can form a committee to get this stuff done. I'll inform them what's going on, because like I say, this should have been done a long time ago. Every other city in town, I know where these vehicles are, they're marked. I had a state vehicle and I had a seal on it when I took it home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Article 7, lease purchase, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor Article 7, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 7 passes. Yes vote is 367, no was 62. Article 8, capital improvements for public buildings. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you. These are for public building improvements. We have 3 projects in the schools and 1 for the police station. These are the building requirements that have been prioritized for the funds that we have available.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. I have somebody walking towards a mic. Nope, walking by. Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, David Patton, 25 Lee Street. Could you read those? Because I can't read them from here. Could you read what they are, please?
Sure, I'll read the buildings, and again, they're in the FinCom report also. The Glover HVAC cafeteria for $70,000. The Glover School Playground for $60,000. Reupholster the Performing Arts Center for $106,958. And police station flooring replacement for $15,000. A total of $251,958.
Thank you. And folks, there are Finance Committee reports in the back of the room if you'd like to grab one. Okay, Article 8. Oh, we have a hand. Excuse me?
Sorry, it took me a minute to get up there.
That's the PAC Center. That's the seats in the auditorium at the Veteran School. Yes.
Yes, sir. Name and address?
Mike McLaughlin, 5 Stone Terrace. Just an overall, this is great to see the detail here, but a general question with regards to transparency. Online under the Finance section on the website, we now have a section that takes us to a breakdown of the budget. So whoever, a few years ago, we got this ClearGov in place. Kudos to that. But there's really no detail to drill down to be able to see this stuff before you get to a town meeting. Is it going to be the next level of detail?
Yeah, The details will be in our ClearGov software. There's links on the website. Much like you can get the details of the operating budget, you can also find the details of the capital items with descriptions and further information.
I beg to differ, and I've also got comments from people in town. You can't really drill down and see this deal of granularity, which is great at town meeting to see it, but we really should be able to see it beforehand. Will we be able to see that in future years?
Yes, so that would be in the ClearGov Capital platform. It links into the ClearGov budget. So when you go into the budget book, it really deals in deep detail. That's really where you want to look for the most details, is in the budget. I haven't released that document yet, but yes, I will make it so it's linked and the town can go look at all the capital in advance.
I think that's excellent, and it'll also help people be educated before they get to the town meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Okay, Article 8, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor Article 8, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 8 passes 383 to 49. Article 9, walls and fences. This is the annual appropriation of $50,000 to the walls and fences needs of our town. Obviously, it doesn't cover nearly as much as it should, but unless we have any questions, we're going to go straight to the vote. As many as favor the article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. We're going to go to the vote. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Okay, Article 9, walls and fences, passes 392 to 36. Article 10 is stormwater construction. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Amy McHugh.
Amy McHugh, 38 Gingerbread Hill, DPW Director. This is a standard article for construction, maintenance, and permit requirements for the stormwater system. The appropriation is $400,000 and is funded by the tax levy. The Stormwater Department falls under the DPW, and the article is sponsored by the Select Board.
Thank you, Amy. We're going to move to the vote. Article 10, stormwater construction.
Question.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize. This is actually a question about the previous one, just a technicality. What was stated up there is not what's in here. What was stated on the slide up there is not the same as what's in either the FinCom or neither the FinCom nor the town meeting agenda have the $50,000 amount. Just saying, they're not the same.
That the town raise and appropriate $400,000 for the construction, reconstruction, permitting, and maintenance of storm sewers for surface drainage purposes, including engineering services in connection therewith, and for the general drain construction purposes, including the purchase or lease of equipment, and to authorize the appropriate town officers to acquire by purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise any land or easement necessary to be expended by the Department of Public Works. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 10, stormwater construction, passes of a vote of 400 to 33. Article 11, we have consent articles again with water and sewer. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Amy McHugh is going to do an update, and then I'm going to explain the hold process. Amy McHugh?
Article 11A is Water Department Construction Article. This is a standard article which authorizes the use of the Water Department retained earnings for construction and maintenance of the water distribution system. The Water and Sewer Commission follows a 5-year capital improvement plan, and construction estimates are included in the rate and reviewed each year during the public hearing for the rate study. The sum of this article is $1,236,000. The article is funded by water rates. The Sewer Department Construction Article B. This is a standard article which authorizes the use of the Sewer Department's retained earnings in construction and maintenance for the sewer collection system. The Water and Sewer Commission follows a 5-year capital improvement plan, and the construction estimates are included in the rate and reviewed each year during the public hearing rate study. The article is funded by sewer rates. And I didn't write the amount. And the amount is $1,599,000. C is the Water and Sewer Commission Claims Article. This is the standard article that authorizes the Water and Sewer Commission to act jointly with the Select Board on any claims or suits against the town during the construction of water and sewer systems. This article is put forward by the Water and Sewer Commission, and I am the Water and Sewer Superintendent.
Thank you, Amy. I'm going to read through the subtitles and ask if you'd like to hold any of them. And if you'd like to hold them, please just yell hold. A, Water Department Construction. B, Sewer Department Construction. C, Water and Sewer Claims. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on Article 11. If you favor Article 11, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 11, consent articles for water and sewer, passes 407 votes to 30 votes. Article 12, proposed reclassification and pay schedule administrative. This article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Do I have someone from the Select Board that's going to speak on this? I think we have a Select Board member that usually speaks on this. Thank you, Alexa. Alexa Singer.
Hi, good evening. Alexa Singer, Marblehead Select Board, 20 Cheever Avenue. I'm going to speak for Article 12, 13, and 14 in the interest of moving things along for you guys this evening. 12, 13, and 14 are standard articles. They're 2% cost of living increases. Article 12 focuses on the administrative positions. Next, we have the traffic supervisors, which is our paid crossing guards. And the last, Article 14, is focusing on our seasonal workers, things such as camp counselors. These are our standard articles that we put up every year for the 2% cost of living.
Thank you. Article 12, Proposed reclassification and pay schedule administrative. We're going to go to the vote. If you favor Article 12, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 12 passes 401 to 27. Article 13, proposed reclassification and pay schedule for traffic supervisors. This article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Seeing we have no speakers, we're going to go straight to the vote. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 13 is a vote, and it passes 409 votes to 28 votes. Article 14, proposed reclassification and pay schedule for seasonal and temporary personnel. This article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Seeing how I have no speakers, we'll go straight to the vote. If as many as favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 14 is a vote, and the motion passes 413 to 24. Article 15, compensation of town officers. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you. So this is for the elected town clerk position. So it's an elected position, but it's also a full-time employee position. It is proposed at 2% increase in line with the other administrative pay raises.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. Seeing how we have no other speakers, we'll go straight to the vote. As many as favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 15 is a vote, and the motion passes 381 to 54. Article 16, ratification of salary bylaw. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser.
Yes, thank you. So this is the Compensation Committee, which actually was created by town meeting in the 1950s and acts on behalf of town meeting. So the legislative body of any municipality has the authority to determine the classification and compensation schedule of all the employees. So the classification would be all the job titles that are authorized, and the compensation schedule is the salaries. given that this body meets once a year and there are actions that need to be taken during the course of the year, town meeting has delegated to the compensation committee to take certain actions on its behalf, and the act here is to ratify those actions from the prior year. The members of the compensation committee are the town administrator, the chief financial officer, who then select another department head. Andrew Petty of the health department has been serving in that role on the committee. What's presented here are the list of positions, and we've categorized them by those that have a grade change. So any position that we have, it'll have a job description. Within the job description, it'll list the responsibilities, supervisory requirements, education requirements, those type of conditions. We use a process given to us by an HR consultant where we score each of the positions that, when we add up the score, it determines what the pay grade is. The higher the pay grade, the higher the scale. Each grade will also have steps, typically 1 through 8. So an employee is hired into a grade 6, typically would start at step 1 and then over the years go up in grade. What's critical is what are the grades. So what's presented here on grade changes over the course of the year are the positions in which there was some type of change in the job description that required us to rescore the positions and then put it into a different pay grade than what they were. A number of the positions you will see are in the area of the Department of Public Works. Amy McHugh has done a terrific job working with the Compensation Committee, the HR Director, to do a lot of reorganization of the positions within Public Works to take a pretty much flat organization, create a structure of supervisory levels, which allows employees to come in and have, over the years, can work their way up the ladder as they gain experience and responsibility. So what has happened there is a lot of similar positions are given more responsibilities, more requirements, and then they're scored higher, and that becomes sort of a hierarchical organization that is much more productive. So that's the reason for those that are listed. The new position grading, if there's a new position being created, again, a job description will be drafted up that meets the need, and then that'll go through the process of score and determine the appropriate grade. So on this, the new position's assistant engineer in the Public Works. In that case, there has been a staff engineer. We also have a town engineer. Our staff engineer got promoted to town engineer. The assistant engineering position was created to complement the staff engineering. Only one of those two positions will be filled. If the engineer does not have a PE, they will be in the assistant engineer grade, which would be slightly lower. If they have a PE, it'll be in the staff engineer position. Again, the person will be in one and the other, so we have a new hire of an engineer who does not have a PE. If and when she receives her PE, she can then be promoted into the existing staff engineer. So again, it's designed to allow professional growth of the staff. Next, Community Development Planning Director position. That was created last year by this town meeting when we created the department, and it specifically creates the position. So the action of the Compensation Committee is to create the job description and do the score and evaluate at what grade. So that was accomplished and subsequently hired our first director in that position. Assistant Director of Waste, again, that was a position proposed in the health, the Board of Health Department. That I know was an issue. The job of the Compensation Committee is simply to create, evaluate the job description and determine the scoring. It'll be up to the Board of Health to decide whether they're actually going to fund or not fund the position, but the position exists, if approved here, on the classification plan. And then finally, Superintendent of Parks, Parks and Rec, there's some retirements, there's some changes, created this position in order to create a step-up position to take on more responsibilities in recreation and parks as they sort of reorganize their staffing based in changes of personnel due to retirements and other items. Finally, the last one is a title change. Again, the classification plan is the titles that are authorized in the library. There was some changes in the job description, but it actually changes the name, so it's included on the list. And that's the reason for the items that are before you.
Thank you. Karen Ernst.
Hi, Karen Ernst, 93 Lafayette Street. Just a point of clarification. The new position grading D is actually the superintendent of recreation, not parks. We already have one of those.
Yep.
Thank you. Of the Park and Rec Commission.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Jordan.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I got a question about the Health Department, or Waste Department, whatever you call them. $92,000 position that you're creating. I understand that you're not going to do it this year. What my question is that the town has no money. We're adding more employees. We're adding to the monopoly up there, the transfer station. I want to keep these expenses down, not going up. Next year, the trash contract comes up after 10 years. I see that you're telling us it's going to be probably a 30%, 40% increase in the trash fee. So we can't be adding more positions up at the Board of Health when we're going to be in a huge increase next year, all the money we're spending. So I know you have this conservation, this new committee that you said's been around since the 50s, but right now the town has no money, and people don't want their taxes going up creating new positions. So I just want to make sure that you're creating this position, you're not funding it this year. Before you appoint any more people to this town, I think you should come to town meeting and have each new position, $92,000, appropriated by not the committees that want this personnel, but the taxpayers that are paying for all these positions. $92,000. I didn't make $92,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Let's see. Seeing no other speakers, we'll move to the vote. Article 16, ratification of salary bylaw. If you vote in favor of the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 16 is a vote, and it passes 370 to 78. And I want to address something that somebody said earlier. What we're voting on tonight is on the middle screen. The motions that we're voting on tonight are on the middle screen. You might have a warrant in your hand, and that warrant was closed back in January, and a lot of things take place between an amendment, an article that's on the warrant, and the motion that you hear today. Those motions are on the middle screen. Article 17, one of my favorite articles, Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School District. The article has been moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Strout, tell us about all the good works that are going on at Essex Tech.
My pleasure. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Mark Strout, 40 Maple Street. I'm the chairperson of the 20-member school committee for the Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School District. Each year, I like to give you an update to our progress at the school along with our budget figures, and I promise to be brief. Essex Tech currently serves 1,836 students and offers 27 career technical and agricultural programs on our 165-acre Danvers campus containing 17 buildings and close to 1 million square feet of shop and classroom space. This year, we had over 1,500 students apply for next fall, and we just accepted 500 students of the class of 2029. Tonight, I am most pleased to announce that of the 29 vocational technical schools in the Commonwealth, Essex Tech is the third most affordable. I am also pleased to report tonight that for the 5th straight year in our school's history, that Marblehead will be assessed the state minimum required contribution as calculated by the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. I am also pleased to announce that our administration has this year secured over $10 million to date in competitive grants. This year, 32 of our Marblehead students took advantage of the following career and technical education programs: arborists, biotechnology, carpentry, construction craft laborers, dental assisting, early education and care, engineering, design and media communications, electrical, HVAC and refrigeration, information technology services, landscaping and turf management, and veterinary sciences. I'd also like to remind you all of the services that you can avail yourselves of throughout the school year at our campus. You can make a reservation for lunch at our student-run bistro. You can visit our bakery. You can have your dogs groomed and/or trained. You can make an appointment for an oil change, a tune-up, brakes, or a new muffler. You can have our cosmetology students give you a shampoo and a blowout, or maybe just a relaxing manicure. Or you can have your animals professionally treated at our full-service Angel Memorial Veterinary Clinic. And this past Saturday, we celebrated the grand opening of our beautiful Catherine Larkin Event Center that any of you can rent for weddings, showers, private or community events. I am very proud to announce that our event center was funded totally by private donations and built by our students in collaboration with our corporate and union partners. As I do every year, I'd like to thank the Marblehead businesses. Thank you. As I do every year, I'd like to thank the Marblehead business owners who have employed our students in their co-op positions, and they are Atlantic Veterinary Clinic, Smile Design and Family Dentistry, Marblehead Animal Hospital, Marblehead Gardens, Bartlett and Stedman Plumbing, Whitmore Brothers Construction, Gilbert and Cole Building Supply, Hurley Electric, MRW Mechanical, Eat Well Kitchen, Mark H. Driscoll Construction, and Shuby's Marketplace. I'd also like to give a huge shout out to our carpentry, electrical, and plumbing students who this year continued their work on the renovation of the Stramsky House off of West Shore Drive. Our goal is to continue to be the finest career technical agricultural high school in the Commonwealth and to remain current to industry demands while meeting the high school demands of a college preparatory curriculum. Therefore, our Marblehead students and their families and the staff of Essex North Shore would greatly appreciate your support in this article, and we thank you for your continued support over the years. And as always, I thank you for listening to my report and for allowing me to be your Marblehead representative. Thank you.
And that's why this is one of my favorite articles. Mr. Jordan.
Albert Jordan, 64 Roosevelt Avenue. I think the school committee or anyone running for it should get in touch with this person, because year after year, and I know personally a bunch of people that have gone to this fantastic jewel that the town has the resources to. We should increase who we're sending there, because we're getting some very talented people all over the North Shore to do work that needs to be done. But I think the school department should talk to this guy. He probably could save some money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Article 17, we're going to go to the vote. As many as favor Article 17, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 17 is a vote, and the motion passes 428 to 12. Article 18, available funds appropriated to reduce the tax rate. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Alicia.
Good evening, town meeting. Tonight, we're recommending $7 million from free cash to reduce the tax rate when we set the budget. And happily, we are getting our electric surplus increased from $330,000 to $360,000 this year for a total of $7,360,000 to offset the general fund budget.
Thank you, Alicia. Yes, ma'am.
Street of Soul. I'm wondering why this
Could I have your name and address, please? I'm sorry.
Alexis Soul, Front Street.
Thank you.
I'm wondering why this money is not going into like savings, rainy day, emergency funds?
There is $1 million that is going into our stabilization rainy day fund. That's an article further in the booklet.
Thank you.
Right, but I mean, $1 million is a drop in the bucket compared to what happens sometimes, and we know that things are not getting cheaper.
Correct. So the select board adopted a financial policy, and their financial policy is to build 5% of the general fund in savings. So we're working towards that right now. That was adopted not too long ago, but we've already started that process. And before that, they had started a stabilization fund that was funded twice at $250,000. So this will be over $1.5 million in the general reserve.
Thank you. Okay, when we go to the vote, my batteries are going to get changed, so I wish. The microphone batteries. Article 18, we're going to go to the vote. As many as favor Article 18, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 18 is a vote. Yes, and passes 406 to 28. Thank you, Frank. Frank Perez, ladies and gentlemen, has been amazing the past few days. I have a long list of heroes over the past few days, and Frank's close to the top of that list. Article 19, collective bargaining, police. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you. Molly Teets.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Molly Teets, 388 Ocean, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee recommendation for this article is that the sum of $140,000 be appropriated from free cash to fund the collective bargaining agreement for fiscal '26.
Thank you, Molly. Thatcher Keyser.
Thank you. There it is. So in regard to this item, we were able to come to agreement on collective bargaining contract. The terms are, we agreed to a one-year agreement that covers the current fiscal year, which is at 2%, and that was funded in the current budget. For this year's budget, it's year one of a new 3-year agreement. The COLA on that is 2.5%, but in the police environment, there's the new police officer standards and training requirements. So as part of a change in working conditions, there is an additional 1%, so equal to a 3.5. When we built the budget, we built it based on an assumption of a 2% increase. So the funding value that's in here is the difference between what we had put in the budget and what is additionally needed to meet the contractual agreement. That includes the COLA, but when you increase the salary, it affects the overtime rates and other factors. So this $140,000 is to cover the base salary and all the other increases in the police budget.
And I just clarify that when COLA is mentioned, it's a cost of living adjustment. Seeing no speakers, we're going to go to a vote. If you favor Article 19, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 19 passes 387 to 45. Article 20, collective bargaining, our local 1776. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Thatcher Keyser? Or Molly, sorry. Molly Teets, Vice Chair FinCom.
The Finance Committee recommendation for Article 20 is that the sum of $140,000 be appropriated from free cash to fund the collective bargaining agreement for fiscal year 26.
Thank you, Molly. Thatcher Keyser, Town Administrator.
Thank you. So this collective bargaining group, we refer to it as MMEU, is primarily your town hall employees, public works, water sewer folks, so a lot of your general municipal employees. So it's a 3-year agreement. Again, we've been negotiating for over a year, so the current agreement settles fiscal 25, which is the current fiscal year. That agreement is at 2%, and again, we had funded that into the budget. And then, because it's a 3-year agreement, it has fiscal 26, which is the budget that's going to come up before you, and fiscal 27. So for fiscal 26, it's a 3% COLA increase, cost of living increases. And again, these agreements also have other adjustments. The COLA is the main factor. And so based on our estimates of the increase in the base pay and the effect on overtime pay, there are some adjustments to some stipends and longevity and those things. The $140,000 is the amount needed to fund it over and above the 2% we had originally assumed that's already built into the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. Seeing no other speakers, we're going to go to the vote for Article 20. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 20 is a vote, and it passes 402 to 35. Article 21, collective bargaining, fire. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Molly Teets.
The Finance Committee recommendation for Article 21 is that the sum of $150,000 be appropriated from free cash to fund the collective bargaining agreement for fiscal year 26.
Thank you, Molly. Thatcher Keyser.
Thank you. Unlike the other 2 bargaining units I just described where their contracts had expired last June, and so we have first year of retro pay in the current fiscal year, firefighter contracts are not expiring until this June. So the negotiation is actually timely in the sense that we've done a 1-year agreement for fire. We have just more things we want to talk about. So the agreement is to do a one-year agreement at 3% cost of living. Again, based on the change in base pay, it has an effect on overtime and some other stipend calculations, and based on just the number of employees, which is a little bit larger than the police department, it comes out to $150,000 in order to fund the agreement over and above the 2% we had built into the budget as our original estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Keiser. Seeing no other speakers, we're going to go to the vote on Article 21. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 21 is a vote, and it passes 418 to 20. That's 3 contracts settled and no small task on anybody's part that was involved. So I think we deserve a round of applause for that. Article 22. Okay, we're at the budget, folks. Article 22 is the expenses of several departments. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. We're going to have a report from the Finance Committee, and then I'm going to explain the hold process while I go through the entire budget. Those that have been here before will know how it goes, but I'll explain it in detail. Molly Teets, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Molly Teets, 388 Ocean, Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. As noted when I spoke on Article 2, the process that leads up to the balanced budget presented in Article 22 captures 80 to 90% of our committee's time and efforts annually. We already discussed the steps we went through to get here from a process perspective. Now I'd like to discuss some of the finer details surrounding this year's budget and the overall financial condition of our town. The official budget cycle began when our finance director and town administrator presented the revenue forecast to both the Select Board and the Finance Committee in separate independent meetings. The revenue forecast for fiscal 26 is $5.6 million above the forecasted revenues included in last year's balanced operating budget. That's a 6% increase in available revenue to fund operating expenses year over year. Some key assumptions made in determining the available revenues include the following. First, the tax levy increased by approximately 3%, which includes the allowed 2.5 increase under Proposition 2.5, plus an estimated 0.5% in new growth. Second, forecasted local receipts have been increased by 25% compared to fiscal year 25, primarily driven by an increase in interest income and an increase in the revenue generated from the hotels and meals tax established at last year's town meeting. Third, net state aid effectively remains flat. And fourth, the amount of free cash utilized to offset the operating budget has been increased by $1.5 million compared to last year. This is driven by an increase in certified free cash year over year and the decision made by town leadership to increase the use of free cash to address the costs of collective bargaining agreements settled during the fiscal year. Once revenue projections were finalized, town leadership worked closely with department heads to prepare and finalize individual budgets that collectively roll up to the balanced budget presented in Article 22. I wanted to note here that personnel expenses, which include salaries and wages, health insurance, benefits, and pension, typically account for 75 to 80% of our town-wide budget. So keep that in mind as I walk through the following cost drivers. The main expense categories driving the overall operating budget increase of 6% for the fiscal year 26 include salaries and wages, which are growing at 4 to 4.5% and reflect the impact of the multiple collective bargaining agreements settled during the fiscal year. Benefits, including health insurance expenses, which are increasing by 8 to 10% this year. Pension assessment, which is increasing by 8 to 9%. Utility costs, which are up 4 to 5%. And inflation in general, which has resulted in significant pressure on the operating budget over the last few years. All of these factors have led us to our balanced operating budget included in Article 22 tonight of $119.5 million, which includes $96.9 million of general operating budget, $9.3 million of previously approved debt service, and $13.3 million of enterprise fund expenses, which are funded from fees rather than the taxation. So where do we go from here? When Alex spoke last year at town meeting, he committed to you that our FinCom would support town leadership in the development of a long-term strategy. This ongoing effort began soon after town meeting when we kicked off an in-depth 3-year forecasting exercise in late July. Our FinCom liaison teams worked with department heads through a series of public meetings to review and collect data on the primary cost drivers for the town over a 3-year period. The forecasting exercise featured a number of cost drivers which will continue to put pressure on the operating budget. These main cost categories include salaries and wages, which are anticipated to grow by 4.5% to 5.5% per year based on the recently signed collective bargaining agreements, which escalate over the contract terms. Insurance and benefits, which are estimated to increase 6% annually. Pension assessment, which will continue to grow 8 to 9% per year. Utility costs, which are estimated to increase annually by 4%. Out-of-district tuition fees, which are estimated to increase annually by 4 to 5%. And finally, trash collection costs, which are expected to spike by 35 to 40% upon the expiration of our current favorable contract at the end of fiscal year 26. As noted in our report, town leadership mitigated the current year budget challenges by increasing the utilization of free cash to help balance the operating budget. We do not anticipate this being an option in future years. Any reduction in the amount of free cash used to balance the budget will greatly limit our ability to fund increases in expenses. This is particularly concerning given the escalating expense growth that I just summarized. For those of you who have been listening to Alex speak here over the last few years, none of this should come as a surprise to you. The challenges I just summarized and the challenges that lie ahead have not changed. Our recurring expenses are estimated to outpace recurring revenue available under Proposition 2.5. That being said, I would like to take a moment to mention some of the progress that has been made in recent years to address our challenges. First off, the town has looked closely at maximizing revenue sources outside of property taxes to address its increasing costs. An example of this is the hotels and meals tax implemented at last year's town meeting. I'm happy to report that in its first year of existence, this source of revenue has resulted in approximately $575,000 year-to-date through March 31st. It is expected that this will increase further in the fourth quarter and even more so into the future, as all restaurants and hotels should be complying by now. Town Finance has implemented a number of new cash management policies that, along with higher interest rates, have driven increases in interest income. And department heads have worked closely with our committee to dig into the use of their revolving funds to help support increasing costs where appropriate. Additionally, town leadership has approved a new set of comprehensive financial policies, which include annual reserve and free cash target levels, debt management, cash investment policies, and many other critical policies to guide and govern our town finances. Finally, the town is in the middle of its overall budgeting and accounting software upgrade. To date, the town has effectively implemented the ClearGov budgeting software, which has been a game changer for our annual budget process and provides increased transparency to taxpayers. In the next few months, Phase 2 of the town's finance and accounting software upgrades are set to take place and will allow for more timely and better reporting of data, along with the ability to integrate the books and records directly with ClearGov. We, the Finance Committee, are committed to advising the continued development of a long-term plan in the year ahead. We would like to thank the members of our current Finance Committee for volunteering their time and efforts to another successful budget process. We'd also like to thank and commend the Select Board, all department heads, municipal employees, appointed and elected boards, and involved citizens for their collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly, and thank you to the Finance Committee. I will add that a little bit of a pro tip. If you want to learn about the budget of the town of Marblehead, marbleheadma.gov, the town's website, posts the public meetings of the Finance Committee. And if you pay attention between January and this meeting, you're going to learn a lot, and you're actually going to be able to be part of the conversation that takes place in their open meetings. Now I'm going to explain the hold process and how I'm going to process the budget of about $120 million worth of expenditures. I'm going to list the budget by departmental line item. While doing so, anyone with a question can yell hold. Then I'm going to review any items held, and we can have conversation on that. And then we're going to vote on the budget by silos as I list them during the reading. This is a lot of reading. And it starts out with my favorite line, moderator, $100. We don't mean that, right? Thank you. Okay, Select Board, $700,051. Finance Committee, $6,375. Reserve Fund, $444,000. Finance Department, $1,688,913. Assessors, $394,221. Town Council, $115,000. Was that a hold? Thank you. Parking Clerk, $8,400. Town Clerk, $244,733. Election and Registration Department, $71,015. Planning Board, $5,775. Public Buildings Department, $286,826. Human Resources Department, $294,927. Community Development and Planning Department, $494,402. Total General Government, $4,754,738. Police Department, $4,984,687. Fire Department, $5,561,260. Building Inspection Department, $687,313. Sealer of Weights and Measures, $2,100. Animal Inspector, $2,400. Total Public Safety, $11,237,760. School Department, $49,120,287. And that's total schools. Engineer, $0. Public Works, Highway, Tree, and Drains, $2,301,042. Thank you. Snow removal, $105,000. Waste collection, $2,943,402. Cemetery Department, $495,043. Total public works and facilities, $5,844,487. Health Department, $326,041. Council on Aging, $423,460. Veterans Benefits, $148,525. For total human services of $898,026. Abbott Public Library, $1,493,292. Recreation and Park Department, $1,037,027. Memorial and Veterans Day, $7,550. Total Culture and Recreation, $2,537,869. Maturing bonds and interest, debt service. Total debt service, $9,314,141. Other general government, $22,499,072. Sewer, Enterprise Fund, $5,532,269. Total Water Enterprise Fund, $6,463,957. Total Harbor Enterprise Fund, $1,276,874. I have a motion to pay for appropriations in the amount of $119,479,480 to be raised and appropriated, transferred, or otherwise provided as follows. Raise and appropriate, you know what, I'm going to hold on that and do that at the end. That's how the budget's paid for. We're going to go back and address the holds. We had a hold on town council. Would you come up to the speaker, please? Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Alexis Soul, Front Street. I'm just wondering if somebody could explain the difference between the $2,000 salary and the over $100,000 in expenses?
Yes, thank you. So the 2,000 in salaries, we have a town council who basically handles our parking ticket appeals. So that's being paid to the attorney and as a salary. The $113,000, so our legal services for our firm is through a contract. So it's a contract for services. They're not employees of the town. They provide the services through a contractual agreement. So that's the difference between those two items.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Excuse me, so these don't include, like, there's been several cases that have gone against the town, the police officer and I forget the other one, but there's been quite a bit of legal expense. That's not included in any of this?
So this is for the actual services of the firm providing legal services. If there are rulings against the town in which there's a payment of some type, we have to find that in other available funds to meet whatever the amounts that we're required to. So this is just for the legal services itself.
Thank you. Moving on, Community Development and Planning Department, we have a hold.
Emily DeJoy, Riverside Drive. In lieu of my Article 47, as originally planned and discussed with Mr. Keyser, I would instead like to use that time to hear from our town administrator regarding recent staffing decisions. Specifically, I'd like an explanation as to why 5 individuals were hired under the umbrella of community development despite ongoing financial constraints and the fact that these responsibilities were previously managed by a single position. Additionally, I request a clear explanation of the differences between the roles of grant coordinator and sustainability coordinator, as it appears that much of the sustainability coordinator's efforts have focused primarily on grant-related work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Keyser.
Yes, thank you for the questions, and thank you for the conversation we had in my office. I enjoyed the dialogue. So, as you know, was it last year, year before, the way Marblehead was structured, we had a town planner that was assigned under the select board office, who was also chief procurement officer and was very much involved in a lot of the grant writing and tracking. And she retired. So a single point of failure of one person retiring, leaving a gaping hole. If, as an organization, having one person holding down multiple roles, the question that automatically raises is, what are we not doing for the community? And when I came into Marblehead with my experience, I recognized the fact that Marblehead's very proud of its community character. It's very proud of its historic structures in the community. It is also very densely settled in this community. And given those reasons, my assessment was we needed a department of folks who are focused on protecting and enhancing the character, historic nature, and dealing with the challenges of a dense population on that. And so that's more than one person to meet those challenges. In forming the positions that we created, looking at how we were going to approach this, the first challenge is funding this department. And I know I've described in detail all the moving parts. I'll spare that unless someone needs it. But maintaining the existing bottom line of the town budget, it was reallocating from positions that we no longer needed or we changed or assigned elsewhere, and using those salary amounts in order to put it into this department to have the positions to meet the agenda of this department. So one example, our town engineer retired, and so the responsibilities of the town engineer were transferred to the Public Works Department. I mentioned there was a whole reorg of the Public Works Department. The town engineer primarily works with Public Works. So the responsibilities went to Public Works, but the salary of the town engineer is how we funded the department head salary in the new department. So again, if we create something new, the bottom line doesn't change, we reconfigure from somewhere else. This community and this body, and I forget which year, 2019 or so, made it an agenda and a priority of net zero, meeting net zero goals, lowering carbon footprint, sustainability objectives. When I first rolled in, there was a committee that created the net zero plan, where the goal of this community, that the goal of the state is to be at net zero in 2050. This community decided it wanted to set that goal in 2040. Out of that report, it said in order for this community to achieve that plan or that goal, it needs a sustainability coordinator, somebody with the knowledge and expertise to navigate this community to the process to meet that goal. As an example, to meet that goal and to achieve the funding resources that'll come from the state to support that, one of the immediate requirements is to establish our baseline of our energy use and our carbon footprint in order to have measurable gains as we work towards the goal. You need somebody with the knowledge and expertise that can gather that information, report it, and guide us to the steps to achieve the goal. So out of that was the requirement to have a sustainability coordinator to do that and other sustainable goals. And from my perspective, one of the top priorities for that position, as well as meeting the net zero goals, is to achieve energy cost savings in the short term for this community. And so, for example, as we do these major capital projects for our buildings, as we upgrade and design our vehicle replacement plan and such, we have an individual with the knowledge, expertise, and focus to help us to achieve savings in our energy costs while meeting our sustainability goals. We have it, obviously, our Becky Curran was our town planner. We need to have a town planner. So in that department, we have a new town planner. The town planner is highly focused on working with what we call our regulatory boards. That's your planning board, your ZBA, your conservation commission, your design review committee, and your historic commission. Those boards have regulatory powers. You, the residents, are coming forth with plans and projects to make changes to your properties, your land use. That position is highly knowledgeable and focused on meeting those requirements and supporting the boards, the elected and appointed boards that represent all of you, and how this community changes going forward. We also have in the grant coordinator position, and I've often heard the title being grant writer, and I always say every employee in this town is a grant writer. What we have is a grant coordinator who also helps write grants, but helps us to stay focused on, one, identifying and seeking the grants to meet our objectives that we set, goals and objectives. The easier part of a grant is to write it and apply. The really hard part is managing the grants, compliance reporting, meeting the deadlines, and making sure that the projects associated are properly documented, reported, so that we don't lose our eligibility for grants because we're failing to report or not meeting the requirements. And then we have obviously the clerk or administrative support. So the new department is specifically created and designed, and we discussed this last year at town meeting, to put expert focus on the character, historic nature, and preservation of this community, meeting the challenges of 2025 and beyond that communities face, to be able to develop and grow the right way, the smart way, to maintain control over the future of the community and not be sort of the victim of what comes our way. So for those reasons, again, town meeting created this department last year. We funded it out of available resources that were reallocated in order to have a team to meet these challenges. And I'll finish on this point, and I've said this to others. One of the things I'm most proud of my work in the last 3 years, is that of building an outstanding team of staff to serve all of you. That is my proudest accomplishment. Whatever I do beyond this, that's number one. I hope that helps answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Keyser. Do you have a question for the Community Planning, Development and Planning Department?
I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
Eileen Haley Matthew, 44 Longview Drive. I'm also on the Green Marblehead Implementation Committee, and I've been on the Green Marblehead Committee since it was formed in 2019. So we were the committee that made the recommendation that we hire a sustainability coordinator, and we're very grateful, and Becky Curran and Thatcher were both very enthusiastic. But I did want to comment that going in the last year and 2 months since Logan Casey joined the department, in fact, he was the first person in the department, he's been a pleasure to work with, extremely helpful, very wise, and he brings together lots of different issues. And the town, as you know, has many hardworking departments, but sometimes getting people to coordinate and work together is a real challenge. And Logan works hard on that. There are overview things that just one department can't do, and he's been really amazing in his leadership. So I'd like to speak specifically to that part of this new community development department. I think is very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, name and address, please.
Hi, Elaine Leahy, Ida Road. I also just wanted to make a comment about the department. So even though the sustainability coordinator, Logan Casey, has, I believe his salary is about $73,000, and even though he's brought in almost $700,000 in grants, which is what a 10-time return on investment, which is incredible. To the point of the first speaker, he not only has done the grants before we have our wonderful new grant coordinator now who's doing a fabulous job, he's also very much in charge of coordinating different departments, working on hopefully becoming a green community this year. And he brings so much to the role, and I can say Logan's doing just a fantastic job, and working with that department has been great. And I just want to close real quick with a recent letter to the editor that some of you here know Becky Curran-Cutting, who recently retired, had said, "My opinion is that a sustainability coordinator role is vital to the town's progress and will ultimately result in cost savings." And I think that shows, just how I started, that the position already is bringing in money, and it's been a really wise decision. So thank you for all the work you're all doing.
Thank you. The next hold was for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Regis, 1 Lee Street. On Public Works, I assume line 112 salaries is salaries and benefits, is that correct?
112 is salaries.
So benefits
Like wages, stipends, longevity is salaries.
I see. And line 113 expense, what makes up the need for an additional $116?
Operating expenses of Public Works.
Being?
Did you get an? Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All these computers flying around.
ClearGov. So operating expenses of Public Works include all the operating expenses for 4 divisions. We have tree, stormwater, highway, and the mechanics. So we've seen an increase. We also have a large fleet in the DPW. So that also includes all the increases that we've seen in mechanical work, increases we've seen in just purchasing equipment.
So it's materials and supplies, correct?
Operating expenses, yes.
Okay. And the last question is for maintained street and sidewalks. Does the installation of stop signs, the spraying of stop lines, the spraying of the letters STOP on the pavement, does that all fall under this category?
That falls under the budgets 113 and 116.
Okay. Because my experience in the 8 years that the stop sign corroded, deteriorated, and fell down in front of my house is that I was always told there was no money to replace it, and that the template necessary to spray onto the asphalt the letters STOP in front of the stop line that people blow through in front of my house every day, they could not afford to buy the templates to spray those letters on the asphalt. Is there any way we can ensure that those types of repairs are being done?
So there is money in the budget for signage. It's not large.
Well, actually, in my situation, I put the stop sign up myself.
Right,
but
so
I
we
can't
follow MUTDC,
I'm
which
sorry?
we follow the state guidelines for signage. I believe I did see your signs. They're too small for the state.
Well, I'm
they're
happy to
relatively
have
bigger.
you to replace it because
Yep.
that particular stop sign, people go through at 20 miles an hour every day, hundreds of times a day, because the letters STOP have worn off the asphalt. The line has worn off the asphalt, and the sign, which fell down 8 years ago, was not replaced until I replaced it.
Okay, so we do keep a running list of things that need to be done.
Well,
We
that
will
list
put that
was...
on the list, absolutely.
It was on the list 8 years ago, and that's why...
I was not in charge 8 years ago, sir, I'm sorry, and the list, we have worked on a very large list since I've been there in the last 2 years. I'm really
So-
proud of the work the DPW has done.
So how-
As far as line painting, I do want to discuss that we do review line painting. We don't just paint lines everywhere. It is costly for us to do that, and it does get very confusing, also extra signage, so.
Well, how do we prioritize public safety? Because when I step out of my house, which is on the street, I almost get mowed down by the cars, which are blowing by my house because they don't know it is in fact a stop.
So unfortunately, I will look into that piece of that line exactly. I went by it the other day, I did notice the stop lines. But it also is just public education. It would be nice if people did follow all the signs that were up and knew the rules of the road and slowed down.
I understand.
We are in a small town.
I understand
And
lists
it's
are
also
long.
enforcement.
I'm
Yep.
sorry. Could I have you connect with either Amy or Thatcher on this specific issue?
Yes, actually,
you.
that'd be great.
I would
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, no further speakers. We're going to break down the motions now so that we can vote through the budget. The first motion is I have a motion that the sum of $4,754,738 is appropriated for general government. Do I have a second? As many as favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Total general government passes by a vote of 396 to 38. I have a motion that the sum of $11,237,760 is appropriated for public safety. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total public safety passes of a vote of 402 to 28. I have a motion that the sum of $49,120,287 is appropriated for the school department. Do I have a second? As many as favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Total schools is approved, 373 to 52. I have a motion that the sum of $5,844,487 is appropriated for public works and facilities. Do I have a second? All those in favor of the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for Public Works and Facilities passes of a vote of 394 to 21. I have a motion that the sum of $898,026 is appropriated for human services. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total human services passes of a vote of 393 to 23. I have a motion that the sum of $2,537,869 is appropriated for culture and recreation. Do I have a second? Thank you. If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total culture and recreation passes of a vote of 395 to 18. I have a motion that the sum of $9,314,141 is appropriated for debt service. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total debt service passes. The vote is 392 to 20. I have a motion that the sum of $22,499,072 is appropriated for other general government. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total other general government passes of a vote of 391 to 26. I have a motion that the sum of $5,532,269 is appropriated for the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Oh. No, that's the wrong vote. Yep, sorry. We're going to do that again. Thank you. We're moving at such a fast clip, guys. You ready? Okay, hold on. Yes. Okay, I'm going to do that again. I have a motion that the sum of $5,532,269 is appropriated for the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for total sewer enterprise fund passes of a vote of 398 to 14. I'm going to give Gretchen a minute. Here we go. I have a motion that the sum of $6,463,957 is appropriated for the Water Enterprise Fund. Do I have a second? Thank you. If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The vote for total water enterprise fund is approved of a vote of 388 to 13. I have a motion. Yep, thank you. I have a motion that the sum of $1,276,874 is appropriated for the Harbor Enterprise Fund. Can I have a second? Thank you. As many as favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for Harbor Enterprise Fund passes of a vote of 376 to 23. Now we're going to do the appropriations. I have a motion to pay for appropriations in the amount of $119,479,480 to be raised, appropriated, transferred, or otherwise provided as follows. Raise and appropriate $84,124,432. Transfer $9,000 from the Conservation Commission Fund to supplement the general fund. Transfer from the Sewer Enterprise Fund $119,818 to the general fund for indirect costs. Transfer from the Water Enterprise Fund $145,488 to the general fund for indirect costs. Transfer from the Harbor Enterprise Fund $172,420 to the general fund for indirect costs. Sewer user fees, $5,532,269 to fund the sewer budget. Water user fees, $6,463,957 to fund the water budget. Transfer $200,000 from the harbor retained earnings to fund the harbor budget. Harbor user fees, $1,076,874 to fund the harbor budget. Do I have a second? If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion for appropriations passes of a vote of 372 to 19. Thank you. We just did the budget. So Article 24 has two amendments before it. So the way the sequence goes, we have two amendments for the wording of Article 24. Before anything is heard on this amendment, any zoning change requires a public hearing of the planning board. I would like to invite Brendan Callahan up to give the report of that hearing. Or Alex? Just like we did yesterday with the minutes. Yes.
Good evening. I'll read the Planning Board report for Article 24. On March 11th, 2025, the Planning Board opened a public hearing and were presented with a brief presentation by Town Planner, Alex Eidler. After the presentation, the Planning Board proceeded to open the hearing for public comment. After public comment, the Planning Board unanimously voted to close the public hearing and deliberated. After deliberation, the Planning Board unanimously voted 5-0 to recommend Article 24 go before town meeting.
Thank you. So we have a motion to amend. I move that Article 24 of Marblehead's Town Warrant 2025 be amended by adding the following words. Short-term rentals as defined are allowed for principal dwelling unit only if at least one owner of the residence in which the accessory dwelling unit is created shall reside in one of the dwelling units. Short-term rentals as defined are prohibited for accessory and principal dwelling unit for owners that do not reside in Marblehead, and strike Section B5 in its entirety. I do want to notify the voters that there are questions about legality on this amendment, and I expect that it will be under heavy scrutiny by the Attorney General. The speaker has been, the person that moved this amendment is going to address both amendments in her remarks, and I'm asking that she please explain in clear terms how the amendments change the main motion for the assembly. Is Yael here?
Of the motion?
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hopefully, we'll be able to finish this tonight, right? So Marblehead adopted...
Name and address, please.
Oh, sorry. Yael McGann, 165 West Shore Drive. Our current accessory dwelling unit basically allowed only for residents to build an accessory dwelling unit. An accessory dwelling unit is a unit that has a bathroom and a kitchen and a toilet, and the whole purpose is to have an additional family member live with you, such as an elder parent or an adult child. So that was the carrot, right? The carrot was anybody who is only a resident, an owner resident, can build an accessory dwelling unit. The stick was that short-term rentals were prohibited for both the accessory dwelling and the primary dwelling. That makes sense. The state now changed the law. The state basically made, as it's changing a lot of zoning laws, it basically made accessory dwelling units as of right to everyone, which means that both residents that own a home here can build an accessory dwelling unit, and also a developer or landlord that doesn't live here can build an accessory dwelling unit. However, as the Article 24 is written, still short-term rentals as defined are prohibited both for the accessory and principal dwelling units. So basically, what does this mean? Sorry, I'm a little shorter. What does this mean? It means that any non-resident landlord or developer has the right to build an accessory dwelling unit, i.e. build their home, increase their home, and they have the right to basically make profit over that property. So their profit increases by almost 50%, and their acres in their home increases by almost 50%. What does this do to a resident? A resident also has the right to build an extra accessory dwelling unit, so they increase their homes and they have another home for a family member. But what they can't do, according to this article, is they cannot rent out their primary residence, which is their regular home, as well as their accessory dwelling unit residence, which is the extra home. So what does that mean? That means that a person that wants to have their elder parent live with them, or an adult child live with them, needs to basically make the decision. Am I going to build an accessory dwelling unit? Or am I going to be, or will I be able to make a profit in money out of my home? Now, many of us, some of us, are against short-term rentals. This is not the debate. The debate is not whether short-term rentals are good for Marblehead or bad for Marblehead. The debate is who profits from this article. And right now, the way that this article is written, the only people that profit are people that are not residents, because they will be able to increase their rent for long-term rentals, and residents that will have an accessory dwelling unit will not be able to rent their primary residence or their accessory dwelling units. Now, I provided 2 amendments. The first amendment allows only for residents to allow for a short-term rental for only their primary resident. That means that the only thing that they can rent for short-term is their home. They cannot rent the accessory dwelling unit. My second amendment is to allow, again, only for residents to rent their primary and accessory dwelling unit for short-term units. Whatever you decide, that will be great. But these amendments actually benefit the residents. These amendments will make sure that a resident that has an accessory dwelling unit has the right to rent out their home if they want to go on vacation and they're leaving for a month. They will have the right to make money from their house, because the way that it is written, again, any landlord that is not a resident will increase their home and increase the profit. Any resident with an accessory dwelling unit will increase their home, but will not be able to make profit. And so I ask you to vote yes on one of the amendments. Which amendment are we putting first? Is it the primary?
I believe it is, yes.
Is it only the primary?
Yes,
Yeah.
the one before the file name with the...
Okay, I think the first one is only the primary. You'll be able to only rent the primary dwelling unit. Now, I do just want to say one thing about what Mr. Attridge said, whether this will pass muster. The reasoning why you called me, I think yesterday or today, about this amendment was because basically what the state did is it eliminated to discriminate between residents and non-residents, that they will be able to build an accessory dwelling unit. However, the law that talks about accessory dwelling units does not talk about residents or non-residents. It just talks about that everyone has as a right to build an accessory dwelling unit. So I do not think that we will have any problems with these amendments, because even in the law it also states that any town or municipality has the right to determine short-term rentals in accessory dwelling units and their primary housing. So again, these amendments will benefit us. These amendments will ensure that the residents will be able to make money of their homes and will not be basically eliminated from the option of making money if they want to have an elder parent or an adult child living with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Erin Noonan, Chair of the Select Board.
Good evening, Erin Noonan, Beverly Ave, Select Board. The voters tonight should vote no on the amendment. The Planning Board spent the better part of a year reviewing this plan, and the sponsor had no less than, I think, 3 public forums and a 3-night public hearing for which to address this issue and bring it before the board. Now, in speaking to a Planning Board member earlier today, Member Christensen reported that this exact issue was debated, redlined. It came up several times, and your planning board decided against it. So, the policy around the state's implementation of the ADUs was to accelerate housing production, not to create investment properties. That's why that was because it's a mandate, and the policy and the goal of it is to create housing. So again, the planning board, your 5 elected members, went through this process. It was very public, and for those reasons, I ask you to vote no.
Thank you. We have a speaker in the middle, please.
Michelle Brown, 4R Lindsay Street. I find this very confusing, and I don't know if everybody else does too. Is this saying that if you own a home and you build a tiny home in your backyard, you cannot, say, Airbnb it? Because I know there's lots of people in town that have Airbnb units, and is this trying to say you can't do that? I guess is my question.
Yay, Al? You could grab that, yeah, thank you.
Yes, sorry.
Well, if that's the case, I suggest we all vote no. Thank you.
Yes, basically, this will not allow for anybody that has an accessory dwelling unit the right to do an Airbnb.
Thank you. In the middle, please. I'm sorry, over here.
Jennifer Dolan, 111 Elm Street. So actually, maybe you should come back up, because I think there are a lot of questions. My question is this. I'm trying to understand. If I own a home, I choose to build an accessory dwelling for an elderly parent, and the elderly parent then subsequently passes away. I decide I want to spend 6 months in another state. Are you telling me that I can't rent either one of them? I have to sell both properties or just pay 2 mortgages?
According to the way that Article 24 is written right now, yes. You will not be able to rent your primary home or your accessory dwelling unit in a short-term rental. Something that
I'm
anybody
sorry,
else
not-
has the right
Not the way the
to
motion
rent.
is written, the way your amendment is written, correct?
No. No. The way that the article is written, you will, if somebody builds an accessory dwelling unit, they will not be able to rent their primary dwelling and the accessory dwelling unit in a short-term rental. The way that these motions to amend are written, that only a resident, again, only a resident will allow to rent either only their primary home, that's amendment number 1, or amendment number 2, their primary and accessory dwelling unit. Basically, this article eliminates a right that every property owner in this town has, and again, it doesn't matter if you like short-term rentals or not, this is not about that.
Can we have somebody from the planning board to discuss? Barton Height.
Hi, Barton Height, Alden Road, Marblehead Planning Board. I didn't anticipate on speaking at all, but this is 100% misinformation. If you have a house, the way the state did it, they actually took the whole state by surprise, and this just showed up one day, an accessory dwelling use mandate. We had spent a year coming up with an accessory dwelling use plan, and we had to go back to the drawing board because of what the state did. The one thing we did, we made it more restrictive by giving us design review, so somebody couldn't build an accessory dwelling use that looked just so totally out of character with the neighborhood. But as far as renting it, they mandated, and they're looking for people to come in for housing. They're not looking for short-term housing. We do have somewhere, we had a hearing one night, a listening session with people with ADUs and VRBOs. I think there's somewhere around 250, if I'm correct, Airbnbs and VRBOs in Marblehead. So they're already here. Now, when it comes to this, the state specifically said this is for, not for Airbnb and VRBO. They define short-term rental as anything under 90 days. So if somebody wants to go to Florida for the winter, they certainly can rent their house, they can rent the ADU. You absolutely can do that. They just do not want people coming in for a weekend, for a week, or 2 weeks. But if it's over 90 days, you can rent it. That's how they're defining it. So they're looking for renters of long-term to supply housing. So this amendment, first of all, we were informed when we formulated this, I don't believe it's legal, number one. And number two, it's misinformation. It's 100% misinformation. And again, I didn't intend on speaking, but we spent an awful lot of time designing this, and initially, and then the state came in, and again, we put a protection in for the town of Marblehead, so something outrageous wouldn't be built in a backyard where we have design review, and it did pass muster. So I urge everybody, don't even consider this. It's borderline ridiculous, and I hate to say it any other way.
Thank you, Mr. Height.
If I may rebut, I want to rebut because I disagree with you. One, it's not ridiculous. Two, and I appreciate all the effort that you did for accessory dwelling units. I know how long it took, and then the state came and mandated something else, and I appreciate that. However, in the accessory dwelling unit statute that just came out with the state, they specifically said that municipalities have the right to govern short-term rentals. They did not say that short-term rentals are not allowed. They did not say that this law is going to prohibit short-term rentals. It specifically said that any municipality has the right to limit short-term rentals if they want. And this is what we're doing, because what's going to happen is if we allow this law, the only people that will benefit financially from any home that is an accessory dwelling unit will be people that are not residents.
Thank you.
We all agree with that. That's not the issue, though. The issue is the law is the law. We can't change it. And there are short-term rentals in Marblehead. So it's not like short-term rentals being taken away. This is a whole different set of issues that the state has passed for ADUs. So I don't want everyone to be confused. We do have short-term rentals in Marblehead. They are not illegal. And we've not stopped them. You can't stop them. And we don't have a law against short-term rentals. There are quite a number of Airbnb and VRBOs here. That's not the issue. This is just an issue. The state came out with the law on ADUs. That's specifically for the ADUs. There's not short-term rentals allowed with the ADUs.
Thank you, Mr. Height.
I'm sorry, but that is incorrect. That's incorrect.
I'm sorry, the conversation is going through me, and we've just heard from our planning board. We're going to go to the middle speaker, please.
David Patton, 25 Lease Street. So I don't really understand how this works with the law that has been passed in the state. I mean, can the town council get up and explain if this is in contravention? And can someone else also explain whether ADUs have to conform to zoning laws or just design review? Can someone explain that?
Sure, yes. Here. I'm going to allow Town Council Adam Costa to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the record, Adam Costa, Town Council. I've got both a computer and a notebook, so bear with me for a moment here. So the legislature adopted what is referred to as the Affordable Homes Act late last year. Multi-page legislation, a small portion of which addressed this concept of, I'm sorry. So the multi-page legislation that was adopted late last year, known as the Affordable Homes Act, had a component that was specific to accessory dwelling units, which are referred to by this acronym ADU. What followed, approximately 3 months later, were regulations that were issued by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And those regulations further defined what accessory dwelling units are and how accessory dwelling units can and cannot be regulated by municipalities. Really, this was an effort by the legislature to allow these more liberally in the communities that were restricting them, placing limitations on where they could be located, requiring them to be attached versus detached, limiting the occupancy to family members or blood relations, and the Commonwealth determined, the legislature determined that that was not proper. So municipalities, Marblehead is not alone, have found themselves revisiting their local zoning bylaws and the ways that they've been regulating accessory apartments or accessory dwelling units, whatever you might have called them, revisiting the way that they've been regulated and regulating them in a way moving forward that is consistent with the new state law. Because truth be told, if you choose not to do that, the state law controls. The state law preempts your local bylaw. And so it would only make sense that you modify your local bylaw to be consistent with what the state legislation requires. Addressing the question that was just asked, and specifically the amendment that's currently on the floor, there is a provision within the proposed bylaw that says that short-term rentals, as defined, are prohibited in both the accessory and principal dwelling units. As I understand it, and I don't want to speak for the proponent of the amendment, but the amendment attempts to allow, and there are two amendments, but the one you see on the screen, attempts to allow for the use of one of these units as an accessory, as a short-term rental, so long as there is an owner of the property that is residing in either the principal dwelling unit or the accessory dwelling unit. You might have noticed that the moderator, in introducing this amendment, indicated that caution had been provided. That caution came from my office. We provided caution because of language that is contained within the legislations, well, I should say within the regulations that follow the legislation, which says as follows: a municipality shall not subject the use of land or structures on a lot for a protected use accessory dwelling unit to any of the following. And what follows is a list of restrictions that you cannot impose as a municipality. And the first one is entitled Owner Occupancy Requirements. And it says, and again, this is what's prohibited, a requirement that either the protected use accessory dwelling unit or the principal dwelling be owner occupied. And so that was the reason for the caution from my office when we reviewed this amendment and the amendment to follow. I don't disagree that municipalities have the authority to restrict accessory dwelling units so as to prohibit short-term rentals. But as I view this amendment and the one to follow, what these are attempting to do is to allow the use of short-term rentals, but contingent upon the use of accessory dwelling units as short-term rentals, but contingent upon there being some owner occupancy within the property, whether it be in the ADU or in the principal structure. And we view that as being prohibited by the language of the regulations. So that's the reason for the caution. I'm not telling you you can't do it, not telling you you can't approve the amendment. I'm just warning you that if you choose to do it, all bylaws, once they're approved by town meeting with whatever amendments might occur, go to the Attorney General's office, to the Municipal Law Unit, which is tasked with reviewing bylaws to ensure their consistency with state laws, legislation, regulations. They're going to look at this, and we have significant concern that they would determine that this amendment is in violation of the state regulations.
Thank you. I think there was one more part of your question that asked if an additional structure would need to meet zoning bylaws, correct?
Yes, I did ask that question.
And do we have...
Yes, so there are multiple provisions within the proposal that's before you, not the amendment, not the following amendment, but the motion itself and the proposal. I believe it's printed within your warrant, or maybe it's a handout. But there are all sorts of restrictions that apply, zoning restrictions that apply to the accessory dwelling unit.
In existence today.
Correct, as modified to a certain extent, through you, Mr. Moderator, as modified to a certain extent by some of these red line revisions, these strike-throughs and the new bold text that you see in the printed bylaw.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michaud.
So, can you give me yes or no? I am an elderly person. I am somebody that wants to downsize. And I forgot. J. Michaud, 25 Ocean Avenue.
Thank you.
I should know that. This is my 50th time coming to town meeting, so I should have never. I shouldn't have forgotten that. But at any rate, yes or no? If I vote for this, and Susan wins the debate, and we build a very modest ADU out in my backyard, which I may or may not like, but at any rate, if we do that, just tell me, can we rent the house and live in this little cardboard box that she wants to live in? And that's from an elderly guy. Can we do that? Anybody?
Yes. So.
Thank you.
How about that? To the middle, please.
Hi, thank you. Michael Caselli, High Street. I'm just struggling to disentangle these amendments with Article 24 itself, with the ADU bylaws that we passed last year, with the new regulations from the state. And I'm going to make a couple statements because I think I'm getting closer thanks to what was just explained by the attorney. But I believe Article 24, which we haven't heard from the sponsor of yet because of the way the process works, is designed to address and react to the new legislation from the state in an attempt to preserve as much as we can of the bylaws that we created last year for ADUs. Is that correct? That Article 24 is designed to get us close to what we passed last year while being in compliance with the new guidance and regulations from the state. Is that correct?
So Article 24, the original proposal for this evening, not these, Article 24 The purpose of this is so that we can preserve our existing ADU bylaws and make sure we update them to stay consistent with the state requirements and still retain control over the mechanisms and zoning restrictions we currently have in place without being in contradiction with the new state laws. That's the original intent of Article 24, not these. This is just for Article 24.
Thank you. Thank you. That helps put these amendments in context. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to this microphone, please.
Hi, my name is Susan McInnes. I'm at 39 Bayview Road. I wanted to comment, first of all, that I would be for the amendment if it sounds like it's aligning residents to benefit as much as a developer or landlord. I did vote for the ADU bylaw last year. It sounded like a good program for some people to get involved with and to use their property as they wished. I'm concerned that what is happening with the state regulations changing on us, now we're being we're forced to accept what the state is putting upon us, and I fear the same thing's going to happen with 3A. So the fact that we voted in 3A, the same kind of thing can happen in this case. Just want to make that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To the middle, please.
Hi, yes. Tyler Haynes, 29 Birch Street. I think I understand where much of the confusion is coming from, because according to 5 as it's written in the warrant, short-term rentals are specifically prohibited if you have a principal and an accessory dwelling unit. And that seems to be like town-wide, there should be no short-term rentals in these kinds of units. But you're saying that short-term rentals are allowed, so where is that allowed? Is it not in this 24, Article 24? Is it somewhere else? Because it seems that the amendment to the bylaw here is trying to add in permissions that may be elsewhere.
So currently our existing ADU bylaws do not allow for short-term rentals, which are 90 days or less, just for ADUs. Short-term rentals do exist in Marblehead. However, if the way this proposal, not these amendments, but the original proposal of Article 24 is presented, is we retain that restriction for properties that have a principal dwelling in an ADU. And in that specific scenario, short-term rentals of less than 90, which is defined as rentals of less than 90 days, are prohibited. So short-term rentals do exist in Marblehead, but specifically for ADUs, they are prohibited if they are 90 days or less.
Okay, so
That
makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, name and address, please.
Hi, JJ Stamp, 23 Cypress Street. That was my question. So.
Oh, great, thank you. How about that? And Mr. Whipple.
Mr. Moderator, John E. Whipple, 106 Atlantic Avenue. I've been trying to find the language in the article that refers to short-term rentals, and I believe I've finally found it. It's a line that says, number 5, under a number that are stricken. It's B5, says short-term rentals as defined are prohibited in both the accessory and principal dwelling units. Now that doesn't say anything about long-term rentals, so J. Michaud is safe, I believe. But what it seems to me is this in no way allows out-of-town owners to have rentals that local owners can't. This is a general thing, whether you're an out-of-town landlord, whether you're a developer, whether you're a resident of Marblehead, whoever you are, if you've got a short-term rental, I mean an ADU, you can't have a short-term rental, which to my mind makes it unintelligible that someone would try to say, well, I want to bring it in for Marblehead residents so they're on an equal footing with the out-of-towners and the landlords. So to my mind, Mr. Moderator, these amendments are pointless.
Thank you, Mr. Whipple. We're getting close to a vote here, folks. Can we do one more over here, please?
Sure. Leanne Rauhla, Higgins Road. So my question is, we allow short-term rentals for Airbnbs. There will be no short-term rentals for ADUs. I don't believe you need to register an ADU as such. So how does the town determine what is an Airbnb or VRBO or other short-term rental versus an ADU? How do you make the distinction?
So that you're asking basically, how do we make the distinction between what a VRBO is and an ADU?
Correct.
So that's a very good question. So currently, we don't have a catalog within Marblehead that details explicitly where we have VRBOs, traditional, short-term rentals as an example, and quote ADUs that are used currently. We're in the process in the town to make sure that we can address that, to capture not only cataloging where this is by working with MAPC to catalog that information, but also to reinforce and build that catalog to have a better understanding within the fabric of Marblehead where those VRBO units are versus where I would say long-term rental units are.
Right. So,
and that's imperative to the future of the town that we are actively working on as a department to ensure that we can make that distinction, because that is something we very much want to understand and better catalog. It's a very new, novel thing that has occurred throughout most of the United States and particularly within Massachusetts, and we want to be sure that we make those distinctions and catalog them.
right, so right now there is no mechanism for you to make that distinction. So, fine, we'll leave it at that. And what would be the mechanism that would be in place for any kind of enforcement of this bylaw, given the differences between these two rental types?
So this particular bylaw is explicitly for the use of an ADU explicitly. So I think that they are two slightly separate situations here that we're referring to. So this particular bylaw update that is being proposed is specifically for the use and how one can obtain the legal use of an ADU.
Okay.
Specific to your question related to short-term rentals, the mechanism for that is currently an ongoing discussion to make sure that we have the data. Once we have the data, we can make informed decisions town-wide about how best to approach it. That takes into account economic development, but also housing needs for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, one more.
It's just a quick clarifying question. Can an investor even create an ADU in Marblehead? Aren't ADUs by definition having to be owner-occupied properties where they're creating an additional unit? Like, it can't just be someone buying a property as an investment, not living here and creating an ADU. Am I wrong on that, or I just need clarification?
So you're saying, is there any, at the moment, do we have laws that prohibit investors from coming in, buying a piece of property, and using that as an investment tool?
No, not as an investment, but to create an ADU. Like, the whole purpose of the law was you're living at home, you create an ADU for a family dweller while you're living there. Can an investor currently buy an asset and create an ADU without being an owner-occupant or a resident?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on the first subsidiary motion to amend Article 24. As many as favor the article, which would be to add this wording into the main motion on Article 24, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Correct. The first subsidiary motion fails, 324 to 55. We're going to go to the next subsidiary motion, as you see on the screen. The article is moved. Do I have a second? The motion is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. We're going to go to the vote. If you favor the motion, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Yes, sir. No, it was presented in her description of the first motion. She presented both motions. Thank you. Amendment. I'd be happy to read it. The second subsidiary motion, and so we're going to pause this, please, and we'll go to a revote. Article 24, the second subsidiary motion for amendment. I move that Article 24 of the Marblehead Warrant 2025 be amended by adding the following words. Short-term rentals as defined are allowed for accessory and principal dwelling units if at least one owner of the residence in which the accessory dwelling unit is created shall reside in one of the dwelling units. Short-term rentals as defined are prohibited for the accessory and principal dwelling unit for owners that do not reside in Marblehead, and strike section B5 in its entirety. Yes, sir. Could you come to the microphone for me?
Robert Peck, 22 Tidewinds Terrace. Point of information, just so, because I think we're all getting confused here from time to time on this, what we're doing. With regards to this amendment, is this also opposed by the planning board?
Is it also opposed by the planning board? Is that your question?
Yes.
The planning board is opposed to these amendments.
Thank you.
The planning board is opposed to these amendments.
Thank you. Okay, the second subsidiary motion to amend, Article 24, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor the article to amend, use your green yes button. If you oppose, if you favor the motion to amend, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The second subsidiary motion to amend Article 24 fails, 322 to 59. Okay, we're going to go to Article 24. I really want to thank you all for sticking around. I'm going to keep going for as long as I can to try to work through the business. It's been a long week, and I'm going to keep going. Thank you. Let's get this done. Article 24, amend zoning bylaw, accessory dwelling units. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Eitler, would you like to tell us what we're doing with Article 24?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Alex Eitler. I'm the town planner and conservation agent. I'll make this quick this evening. I'm just going to briefly go over Article 24 and what is being proposed to the town. So I'm just going to briefly just start off with, what an ADU is, an accessory dwelling unit. This is a self-containing unit that typically has a kitchen, bathroom, and living facilities to basically serve as its own unique building. That being said, it can be attached or detached from an existing primary dwelling unit. And just, you can see this visual here just kind of details a couple of different variations of what an ADU could look like on a property. So just to give some background, back in August of 2024, the governor signed into law a specific section making it statewide, allowing ADUs to be permitted by right for single-family zoned districts. That's a pretty substantial portion within Marblehead, so this is a substantial impact for single-family municipalities. Marblehead is one of those for sure. Within that, our existing ADU bylaws, we currently have ADU bylaws that were adopted back in 2023, and these require, generally speaking, the ability for individuals to come forward to have an ADU, but they must go through a site plan approval process that goes before the planning board, which is a discretionary permit for individuals to go through that process. So why are we updating the ADU bylaw at the end of the day? So I think it's really important. The reason we're updating the ADU bylaw, like any other bylaw, is to make sure, similar to a software update, is to make sure that we have the most consistent regulations in place that are compliant with the state, but that also maintain control of the existing laws that we currently have. And that's important because it impacts the character of Marblehead, and it impacts how we are able to control development in a positive way to make sure that it's smart growth and that it's smart development and it's not organically happening in a way that we cannot have the ability to regulate. It's important to update bylaws at the end of the day. And it's also important to note that this is a state level regulation, meaning that at the end of the day, any contradictions that we currently have at a local bylaw level not only causes confusion amongst regulatory boards about are our bylaws actually reliable and accurate, but it also is to make sure that we avoid any potential legal outcomes and consequences associated with misinterpreting the law. So we want to make sure we have updated laws that are consistent with the state. So there's a couple of key changes that are taking place within this updated bylaw. I'll just briefly run through them. These are the really important ones. The first one is that our existing ADU bylaws allow for ADUs to be up to 1,000 square feet of gross floor area. This has now been changed to 900 square feet of gross floor area. The second one is related to basically the parking requirements. Currently, we have an ADU parking requirement, a minimum of 2 parking spaces per ADU. However, the new state requirement mandates and requires that all municipalities cannot require more than 1 parking space for any ADU that is outside within a half-a-mile radius of a public transit stop. Specifically, in Marblehead's case, is going to be the bus stop. For any ADU built outside of that half-mile radius, we cannot require more than 1 parking space. And the last one is the ADU. As we discussed earlier, the ADUs, before this introduction of this updated bylaw, we required it to be owner-occupied. We are no longer by law allowed to require the principal dwelling unit or the primary dwelling unit to be owner-occupied. And of course, the last one that's important to note here is that we want to make sure we keep site plan review. This is something that we currently do have in our books, but we are allowed to maintain that and keep site plan review so that the planning board can have the ability to regulate to a degree any new ADU that is built by right. That being said, the planning board cannot expressly deny it, but can attach conditions to approval to make sure that they are following the best design practices to meet the characteristics of Marblehead. So with that, I'll conclude this presentation. This is a brief kind of overview of what a yes vote is to adopt and update our bylaw for ADU under Article 24, and the same for if we vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eitler. Okay, we have a speaker.
Alexis Soul, Front Street. I have a question about the parking. As I'm reading this, are all of the bus stops along the way, are they considered, is it within a half a mile of those? Or is it only the bus stop downtown?
So it would be every MBTA bus stop within Marblehead. So that's kind of anything within a half-mile radius, you're not required to have any parking.
Thank you. In the middle, please.
Don Hancock, Bowden Street. Could you speak to the amendment deleting in B, general requirements, what was number 6, the accessory dwelling unit may not be sold or transferred separate and apart from the principal dwelling unit? That seems like a huge change. Was that mandated by the state?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
General requirements, you have struck out language in what used to be number B6. The accessory dwelling unit may not be sold or transferred separate and apart from the principal dwelling to which it is an accessory use.
So
was that mandated by the state to be deleted so that you could conform to the state requirements?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This microphone over here, please, name and address.
Thank you. Jennifer Dolan, 111 Elm Street. I'm trying to understand what I heard versus what I'm seeing on paper. I just need clarification. There's a lot of questions about what can be used as a short-term rental, and the answers I heard were that's allowed now in a principal dwelling unit or any other unit. But I'm trying to understand the language here, number 5, short-term rentals as defined are prohibited in both the accessory and the principal dwelling units. It just confused me based on from what you were saying, what we have now, and the questions and the answers that we heard during the amendment discussion.
Sure. So our existing bylaws prohibit short-term rentals for ADUs currently. This updated bylaw is no different. We still prohibit short-term rentals as defined as 3 months or less lease, for ADUs in both the principal and accessory dwelling unit. So that maintains and is the same as the existing bylaw we currently have.
But you also said that we have short-term rentals currently.
Yes, that's correct, but not for ADUs.
No, I see the words accessory dwelling unit, but the principal dwelling unit here, that's what's confusing me. The word principal dwelling unit, are you saying that now they are not being allowed?
So if you have an ADU on your property, this applies to you. If you do not have an ADU on your property, this does not apply to you.
That was clear. Thank you.
Nice. To the middle, please.
Patrick Noonan, Beverly Avenue. I think this presentation has been very helpful. I wish it had come at the start of the discussion about this article rather than 30 minutes into it. And with that, I move that we move the question.
Okay, in order to move the question, it's going to be a 2/3 vote. We need to set up our voting. Hold on one second.
Can we just do one more?
So we need a 2/3 vote of the assembly to move the question. All in favor of calling the question. If you favor calling the question, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now.
I know. It's one person. No, but everyone has to vote.
Okay, folks, we're going to the vote. The vote is 301 yes, 61 no. Article 24, amend zoning bylaw accessory dwelling units. As many as favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 24 is a vote, and the motion passes 313 to 46. Article 25, amend general bylaw floodplain district. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Folks, I need 300 people to keep doing business, so I hope I can keep you guys around for a little bit. The article is, I have a second, thank you. Because any zoning change requires a public hearing of the planning board, I'd like to invite Alex Eitler up to give the report of that hearing.
Thank you. Again, I'll make this quick, but I'll just give a brief overview of why we're updating this bylaw and kind of the background for this.
This is to confirm the planning board hearing
Oh,
first.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
So, on March 11th, 2025, the planning board opened the public hearing for Article 25 and were presented with a brief presentation by Town Planner Alex Seidler. After the presentation, the planning board proceeded to open the hearing for public comment. After public comment, the planning board unanimously voted to close the public hearing and deliberated. After deliberation, the planning board unanimously voted 5-0 to recommend that Article 25 go before town meeting.
That was great. Everybody should do that from now on tonight. Kidding. Okay, Speaker, Mr. Eitler, this vote is going to be a 2/3 vote, by the way, but Alex Eitler, Town Planner.
Thank you. I'll just go ahead and jump in then. So, brief background of what a floodplain district is, why we're updating a floodplain district. So a floodplain district is designated by the federal government from FEMA that basically details where there's flood risk in areas throughout the United States. This has been an ongoing approach to public safety and to prevent and maintain and assure that those who are within floodplain districts and those who are outside of those floodplain districts are aware of the risks of potential flooding should there be a one in 100-year storm, for example. So just to give some historical background, so every once in a while FEMA does their basic national survey of the entire country to ensure that updated floodplains are basically being updated to the standard and to the new conditions from weather patterns and sea level rise. This happens every once in a while. The last time this was updated officially was back in 2014. And again, we received from FEMA earlier last year a request that is informing us that we need to update our floodplain bylaws to be consistent with the new standards, and that not only includes updating maps, but also updating terminology within our existing bylaws. So why update a flood map? I think it's really important for a couple of reasons. The first one is public safety. We want to ensure that people are aware of where there's flood risk and where there are areas that are prone to flooding, period. The second one is related to understanding the risk associated with this, as this is typically used as a metric to determine insurance for homeowners as well as other items related to insurance. This is a mechanism to determine risk. And the last one is public safety, and to make sure that our emergency response men and women are able to get to areas appropriately and understand the lay of the land with updated maps that give them the ability to navigate territory appropriately, effectively, and safely. And also the last one I would say is also to maintain our building code. So the reason we're updating this is not only from a public safety perspective and accuracy to ensure that our maps are accurate and our terminology is up to date, but also that anything built within these floodplains are up to the standard building code that it changes from time to time. So a couple of just kind of updates that are key that we currently do not have in our existing floodplain bylaw is that going forward we are required by law to have a floodplain work permit. So any work done in a floodplain needs to now have a permit issued to ensure that the building meets building code for areas that are prone to flooding. The second one is to formally designate the town engineer as the floodplain administrator and to ensure that that is actually within our bylaws as opposed to kind of it being said, but we would like to actually formalize that as that's a requirement. And the last one is the updating definition language to ensure that we meet the criteria. There are a couple of different sections that we needed to add in an updated terminology to make sure that we are compliant with the state and to ensure state and federal government to ensure that we are meeting those criteria to make sure Marblehead is eligible for FEMA flood insurance at the end of the day. So again, this just details just a brief explanation of if you vote yes to update our FEMA flood maps and our floodplain district bylaw, but also if you vote no, what's at risk. I want to really emphasize that this impacts, we need to update our floodplain bylaws to maintain FEMA flood insurance for the town collectively. Every individual who has FEMA flood insurance must be compliant with the federal regulations from FEMA, and that includes updating our bylaws. I just want to make sure that's well understood, and it's our duty to make sure that people are aware of that risk should we not update our floodplain bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill, name and address, please. Yes, please.
I just want to make one point.
Name and address.
Oh, sorry. Bill Walsh, Rogalski, 5 Spray Ave. The benefit of having FEMA flood insurance or federal flood insurance is that it's highly subsidized, so that you can buy flood insurance at a reasonable rate. And as Alex said, in order for that to happen, these regulations specifically need to be adopted by the town.
Thank you, Bill. Yes, please, name and address.
Katie Rogers, 168 Jersey Street. I just have a question. As the flood risk maps get updated over time, as the water levels rise, et cetera, does the town have a responsibility to update residents whose home maybe wasn't in the floodplain and now is?
So we receive from the FEMA federal level any new addresses that could be affected within the newly drawn lines. Typically, this is done, and I would recommend coming into our office, and we can basically detail every single address that we've received from the federal government that says this is the new, lines that have been drawn, and therefore some properties may be at risk. That being said, it is important that citizens come in and inquire about that should they feel that the maps have been redrawn. I can say from this update for Marblehead specifically, not much has actually changed in terms of the updated map panels. One of the 6 map panels has been updated, and that's actually specifically for inland flooding, and particularly near Swampscott and Salem. So I would encourage any and everybody who is curious if they are impacted in their property, may they feel at risk due to the newly drawn boundary lines, to absolutely come into 7 Woodger Road and to request speaking with the town planner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the vote on Article 25. As many as favor Article 25 to amend the general bylaw floodplain district, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 25 passes 315 to 23. Thank you. Article 26, prudent investor. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Alicia Benjamin, Finance Director.
The purpose of adopting the prudent investor law is to provide the treasurer with additional flexibility to invest town trust funds in a broader range of investments than is currently allowable in the Massachusetts legal list. I'm going to be very brief because I know you're tired. For example, for technology sector, it lists Hewlett-Packard. We couldn't use Microsoft. We couldn't invest in Apple. We can't invest in any of the FANGs, Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google. These equities were chosen years ago. They're not routinely updated. The majority of changes to the list are a result of acquisitions and mergers, and no current analysis of current equities that make the most sense for investing public monies. The choice limits diversification. It's outdated and less than ideal for the town of Marblehead. This proposal adds investment flexibility without eliminating any fiduciary responsibility by accepting and following the investment guidelines found in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 203C.
Yes, sir.
David Patton, 25 Lee Street. I'm in favor of this, but could you tell us who advises you on what to invest our excess funds in?
Yes, the state.
Oh, so it's the state of...
The state does, and it has a list of 22 equities that it does tell us what companies that we can invest in.
Okay, so we would not invest in anything other than what's on that list.
Right now, currently, yes, if you didn't adopt this.
And if we adopt this, then who would advise you as to what you would invest
It's still
in?
the state, it's still under 203C, so we still have the same fiduciary responsibilities, but we have flexibility into getting into better choices.
Okay, you're not answering the question. Who, if you choose flexibly to invest in something else, is that something you decide to do?
Oh, that's the treasurer. The treasurer controls the funds of the town.
Does the treasurer get any kind of consultation
Yes.
from any kind of
Yes.
outside organizations
Yes.
as to what that would be? Can you name that organization, please?
The treasurer has financial consultants. I would have to ask her specifically, but she does have financial consultants.
So no one here has that answer?
Of the specific name of her financial consultants?
Yes.
I cannot give you that off the top of my head.
You could call the treasurer and ask.
So
She has funds, I can tell you, she has funds in Bartholomew Trust. They do help advise her. We have borrowings we do through Hilltop. We use multiple financial advisors.
Okay, but this sounds like a rather expansive capability that you're asking us to approve, and I agree that we should be able to invest in other things that give us a good return. I'm just trying to understand who is advising us on those choices.
Right, and that would come from the treasurer, who could list their exact financial advisors for you.
And that person's not here.
No.
Thank you. Article 26. Oh, I'm sorry, one more speaker.
Alexis Soul, Front Street. So are there specific prohibitions like no Bitcoin, no CDOs, that kind of thing?
Could you say your question again?
Yeah, could you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm asking if there are specific prohibitions on what the town can invest, like no Bitcoin, no collateralized debt obligations, no CDOs, that sort of thing?
Correct.
That other municipalities have gotten in trouble?
Correct. That's why she still has the same fiduciary responsibility.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to the vote. Article 26, Prudent Investor. As many as favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. The motion on Article 26 passes 281 to 42. Article 27, General Stabilization Fund. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Alicia Benjamin, Finance Director.
I spoke about this earlier. This is us taking $1 million and putting it into the restricted reserve for the stabilization fund to help build our savings in line with the FinCom's financial policies.
Thank you. We're going to go to the vote on Article 27. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 27 passes 310 to 9. Article 28 is Home Rule Petition, Establish Mean-Tested Citizen Property Tax Exemption. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Speaker Dan Fox from the Select Board.
Good evening, Dan Fox. 6 West Cottage, Select Board. Before I start, I just want to let you know that we did receive a potential amendment tonight from Lawrence Lessard of 90 August. He had asked about the potential of adding disabled people to this. I spent some time talking to him, and while we are in favor of that, we would like to study it more. We don't know the known impacts of that. So Mr. Lessard and I agreed that the Select Board, as well as the Finance Committee, will work on this in the next year so we can look at the real true financial impacts and make sure that we're not making any brash decisions that have unknown consequences. So moving on to the article, this is a highly targeted tax relief for Marblehead seniors whose property taxes consume a disproportionate share of their total income. This municipal exemption does not kick in until the senior has received full state benefits. So we're going to make sure that they maximize state benefits before they get any kind of benefits from the town of Marblehead. The annual application process will affirm eligibility, and the Board of Assessors will approve applicants. The cost of the program will be funded from the tax overlay. The Select Board will determine the total exemption on an annual basis. Can we put the slides up? I'll keep going. What does mean tested mean? So applicants have to hit certain criterion in order to be eligible. The first of those is that you have to be 65 years or older, or if your property is jointly owned, the co-owner must be at least 60 years old. The residency requirements, you have to have lived in your home for at least 10 years as your domicile. So you can't move into town and take advantage of this. This is for long-term residents. Your assessed home value has to be at or below Marblehead's mean or average assessed home value, which for fiscal year 25 was a little over $1.2 million. We're also going to have income limits, which will be set annually by the Select Board. Other assets, you cannot have any excessive assets. We want to make sure that people who might have a lower income, but that have assets outside of it in a trust or something like that, secondary property, we will look at that as well. And applicants must file for the senior circuit. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm sorry. This is way past my bedtime. Applicants must file for the senior circuit breaker income tax credit. So that is through the state. There's one that exists through the state right now. We want to make sure that any applicant first goes to the state again before they come to Marblehead. I have a great presentation, by the way. I'm sorry you can't see it. Adoption process. So this is a home rule petition, which means if we approve it tonight, it then needs to go to the state legislator and then through the governor. So this is not going to go into effect tomorrow. This could probably take about a year. So we still need it to get approved. Determining the exemption. The goal of this is that a senior who has, if you look at their annual taxes plus 50% of their water and sewer bill. So we mirror this versus what the state does. We don't want that total value or total expense of your, I'm really tired. Of your taxes and 50% of your water and sewer bill to take up more than 10% of your income. So that's what we're trying to do. And the Select Board will set a maximum exemption per participant each year. Total cost, the money, we will determine the dollar cap, as I said. And the first year is proposed that we set a maximum exemption per participant at $2,000 a year, which we anticipate will be about $200,000. We've looked at other towns and based on number of people that they use, based on percentage of people that qualify for their exemptions, based on the number of state circuit breakers that exist. We've looked at a bunch. If you're interested, I have that data. My guess is that at this point you're not that interested, but happy to go through it. And again, the exemptions will be funded from the tax overlay. You're going to notice up here is some different language. The actual motion is a little different than what is in your packet. As Jack had mentioned before, this was done a while ago, and we've spent a lot of time. I want to thank Molly Teets from the Finance Committee. spent a lot of time really looking into this a little deeper. So we have made a few changes in here. Really the goal of those changes is to tailor the exemption to Marblehead's needs and demographics specifically. We want to set the exemption calculations such that all state-funded tax benefits are maximized. Again, we don't want people to come to Marblehead before they go to the state. And we also want to be very careful that when we do give exemptions, that it doesn't preclude them from getting the next year from the state. So we spent a lot of time looking at that. Again, we are going to fund this through the tax overlay. And the final change, which is not in your packet but up here, talks about the select board's authority to set the limits as well as the total amount each year. Wow, this is so much quieter than when I spoke last night. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Seeing how we have no speakers, we're going to go to a vote on Article 28, Home Rule Petition, Establish Means-Tested Citizen Property Tax Exemptions. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 28 passes 297 to 23. Article 29, Adjusted Exemption Amount, Clause 221. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Alicia Benjamin.
I'm going to go over Article 29, but just as a point of information, the treasurer's watching, and she wanted you to know it's Bartholomew and Company in Rockland. Article 29, adjusted exemption amount, is for Clause 22I, is to give an additional tax relief to our disabled veterans. For example, if you're a Clause 22 recipient and you receive a $400 exemption and the community accepts this option, and the CPI increases by 5%, the total exemption amount would increase to $420. So the Department of Revenue would tell us each year what the CPI percentage change is for this exemption. Very similar to what you passed last year for seniors.
Are you good? Yes. All set? Thank you. Article 29, without seeing speakers, we're going to go to the vote. If you favor Article 29, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 29 passes 298 to 11. Article 30, optional additional veterans exemption, Clause 22J. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Alicia Benjamin.
So Article 30, optional additional veteran exemption, Clause 22J, works in conjunction with the one you just passed. For example, if town meeting accepted Article 29, which you just did, and it increased from 400 to 420, by further accepting this exemption, it would increase the amount by 100% from $420 to $840 for a disabled veteran. The expected annual cost of these, if both pass, was $60,000 in total, which will come out of the overlay.
Thank you. Seeing no speakers, we're going to go to the vote. As many as favor Article 30, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 30 is a vote, and it passes 292 to 18. Article 31, Coffin School reuse. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Thank you. Moses Grader, Select Board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This Article 31 is about the transfer of the Coffin School property to the care, custody, management, and control of the Select Board. Because the school committee determined that they no longer need the Coffin School for school purposes, and they have voted to transfer it to the Select Board has voted to present it to you here today. The transfer must be approved by this town meeting by a 2/3 majority vote. And in addition to finding another potential municipal use for the property, the town meeting may also authorize the Select Board to sell the property as it's presented in the motion tonight. Now, the last time we did this was with the Gary School in 2019, where we used a highly publicized reuse process to develop findings and recommendations for the disposition of the property. Now, as you may recall, this involved the formation of a reuse committee with the primary role of engaging public involvement to identify use alternatives, develop criteria for evaluating reuse scenarios, and help the disposition process. So the committee was selected from a broad representation of key town employees, at-large members, facilitation consultants, and other knowledgeable representatives in town. So if the Select Board were to decide to sell the land and buildings based on the reuse process, there are rigorous procedures for Chapter 30B real property dispositions that must be followed, and that includes, declaring the property available, developing solicitation proposals, and broadly distributing the solicitations publicly. So, just like the Gary School, this Select Board is acutely aware of how precious our public spaces are, and that we must develop any property reuse in the most inclusive and deliberative process possible.
Thank you, Mr. Grader. Pat.
Patricia Adams, Village Street. I was just, before we got into that big explanation, I was going to suggest that maybe we hold off on this article until tomorrow, because we're pretty close to not having a quorum here. And I think it's a really important issue that more members of the town should be involved in the decision of this article. So I would suggest that we don't talk about this tonight. We don't vote on this tonight.
The motion's on the table, and the last numbers that I saw was over 300. I don't know that I'm going to get 300 tomorrow night. So we're going to continue on with the article. Thank you, Pat. This microphone over here, please.
Yeah, Alexis Soul, Front Street. I have been really unhappy about getting rid of all of the old schools, and it seems like, we can't walk to school anymore, but that ship has sailed, as they say. But when I was a kid, and shortly before, the town had the will to build housing for the poor, the old, the infirm, veterans, and who else? The disabled, and town employees. The idea was that what is called affordable housing now is so much beyond the means of many, many people. We really need more truly low-income housing, because what the average income in Marblehead is $114,000, something like that. And so affordable housing is considered something like 60% of that income. And there's a lot of people that make a lot less than that. So I truly, truly hope that the selectmen and the town will consider building more housing for, the people that live here that need to be here.
Thank you. Mrs. Flynn.
Pam Flynn, Turner Road. These are just some of my thoughts on the Coffin School. Number one, the town should dismantle and remove all of the playground equipment on the grounds. It's not maintained, and it's a liability to the town. And at this time, I don't feel like the town can afford to lose any more money. Number two, with 3A appearing to move forward, I fail to see how, when housing is actually built, the town's services won't be impacted. Education, sanitation, police, fire, and ambulance. If I am wrong, I'll be the first person to admit it. But until the town feels the real effect of 3A, I feel that the town should hold on to this land, just in case it is needed in the future. Truthfully, I think it needs to be used as affordable elderly housing, so that way the people that have made this town can afford to stay in this town. And lastly, when it is time to make a decision, I hope that a few smart people can put their heads together and use intelligence, common sense, transparency, and fiscal responsibility to make the best decision for the town. Don't have a study that will cost $1 million and then sell it for $1 million, because the town deserves so much better than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Middle microphone, please.
Susan Michaud, 25 Ocean Ave. I agree that we should just hold on to this piece of property. We've already voted for something that we don't know what's going to happen. We might need another school. We seem to have to keep repairing schools, so let's just hold on to it. I don't care if you flatten the whole place down and just leave it as open land, but we don't have much open land. Let's just hold on to it somehow.
Thank you, Mrs. Michaud. Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Cresto. I live on Atlantic Avenue. And my question is only relevant to this issue in that I've had a very long day. I'm very tired. I'm hungry, and I want to go home. However, I will stay if my presence is necessary to keep the quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. You are off topic, but greatly appreciated.
So can I go home?
Okay. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on Article 31. Coffin School reuse. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 31 passes, 229 to 86. Article 32, Gary School Playground, AKA Elm Street Park. The article is moved. Do I have a second? Brendan Callahan.
This article transfers the Gary School Playground from the Select Board to the Recreation and Parks Commission. This is the portion of the park, of the property that the town sold from when they stole the Gary School building. Currently, you may have noticed construction and activity happening at the site. We are partnered with the Park on Elm Community Group, who's helped us move this park improvement project forward. They've been an amazing group to work with. Right now, we're just asking for you to approve the transfer from the Select Board to the Park Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. With not seeing any other speakers, we're going to bring Article 32 to a vote. If you favor the article, use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 32 passes, a vote of 299 to 9. Article 35, appropriation of Article 11, May 2022. I have a motion for indefinite postponement. If you favor the article, please use your green yes button. If you oppose, use the red no button. 30-second voting starts now. Article 35. Oh. Okay, so I'm calling this vote. We just had 314 votes, I think, and I was watching the door and 14 people didn't leave. Just because we didn't have that number of votes doesn't mean that we don't have that number of people in here. And I'm going to call this vote on Article 35 as passing 259 to 22, and I'm going to take the quorum call, and I'm going to say that we've lost our quorum now. I need you back tomorrow night, folks. I request a motion to reconvene to tomorrow night, right here, at 7 p.m.
Comment.
to finish the business of the town.
We have a couple comments. I'm sorry, you
I don't
had-
need to do that until I have a quorum call, and I did. I know that, I'm all set, thanks. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying that Article 35 wasn't explained.
Article 35 has passed.
No, I know. It was not explained, it was just called for a vote, and I think many people were still reading it to understand it.
So the motion is to indefinitely postpone it. It's a main motion from the sponsor to indefinitely postpone it.
I'm just saying that.
It was withdrawn. The town administrator spoke on it earlier. The language that was there, we thought we needed for the fire station windows, we didn't need.
Right, understood, but I don't think that was explained. Many people were reading it. That may be why you didn't get the quorum, just saying.
Apologies. Okay, motion to reconvene to tomorrow at 7 p.m. Second. All in favor, raise your hands. Please come back tomorrow and bring a couple of friends.